across more than 6 miles. More than 3,700 people have been allowed to return to their homes, among them Blake and Michelle Green.
Thank you to the people of Malibu for being such kind neighbors and such sweet people. I've never seen a community that strong, and I just really have to thank them for being there for us.
99-year-old actor Dick Van Dyke tells NBC quick-thinking neighbors saved his life when he spotted flames racing toward his home as he was trying to get a fire hose to work. Heavy snow, strong winds, and frigid temperatures are sweeping the upper Midwest and western New York. Meteorologist Craig Allen has the look ahead.
These lake-effect snow squalls are going to cut off pretty rapidly Friday afternoon. It'll just stop and we'll have some fairly quiet weather into the weekend before the next storm system begins to approach, and that one could bring rain and snow to portions of the Tennessee and Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and over into the eastern seaboard.
The Buffalo Bills were forced to cancel practice because of all the snow. Buy someone a Stanley travel mug for Christmas or Hanukkah? You'd be best to check the model.
Stanley says it has received dozens of consumer complaints about users of its switchback and trigger action stainless steel travel mugs getting burned and requiring medical attention. So it is recalling 2.6 million mugs sold on Amazon and at Walmart, Dick's Sporting Goods, Target, and other retailers nationwide from June 2016 through this month. The travel mug costs between $20 and $50 depending on the model.
That's CBS's Jennifer Kuiper. S&P futures are up 17. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Dom Giordano.
People constantly calling in the station today. Get Presler. What are you thinking about next? What does Scott Presler want to do next?
2026 is around the corner.
Yes.
And the governorship is there, 2028, to elect J.D. Vance as the next president of the United States. I mean, I'm always forward thinking. The gears are always turning.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Wherever I go, online security is a top priority for me. In my personal life, on the job, with the family. That's why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo. I do feel so secure and worry-free thanks to Privacy Pro's 3-in-1 subscription service. DuckDuckGo VPN, personal information removal, and identity theft restoration. So it helps protect your personal info from being exploited by those hackers, scammers, or privacy-invasive companies. I discovered DuckDuckGo years ago. It's an independent browser search engine, and millions use it. DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro provides me with a VPN, secure encrypted Wi-Fi connection, which I trust. I love that the DuckDuckGo VPN works on browsers and apps across mobile and desktop, up to 5 devices at once. Get a 30-day free trial at duckduckgo.com/1210. Then you pay $9.99 a month. Do this, duckduckgo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
I'm Rachel Campos Duffy.
I'm Jason Chaffetz.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, December 13th, 2024. I'm Lisa Brady. While the White House gets more drone questions, Trump nominees continue Capitol Hill meetings, and Republican senators not sure about supporting them are being called out.
We're going to make you, oppose them and put your name up on that board if you do, because many of you are going to be up for re-election, some as early as 2026.
We speak with Fox News senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich.
I'm Chris Foster. The holiday shopping season is also when a lot of scammers end up on Santa's naughty list.
Do not give your personal information, payment information to anyone that just calls you out of the blue. Best case, what you should do, I should say, is hang up, call that company or financial institution directly.
And I'm Jimmy Fallon. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Just over a month to Inauguration Day, it's a busy time for both the incoming and outgoing administrations. The president-elect working to get his team in place, while Team Biden tries to do as much as possible in the time they have left. But overshadowing all of that lately are the drone sightings, reported for weeks now around New York and New Jersey. The White House now says many of them might not be drones.
Upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully.
National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says the White House takes seriously the threat that can be posed by unmanned aircraft, but he says so far there's no evidence of a threat. Fox's Jackie Heinrich pressing him on how they can know that without knowing more during yesterday's White House briefing.
People in New York and New Jersey see drones the size of an SUV over their house every night and think that that doesn't make any sense.
Certainly I understand why people would be looking at this and being concerned about it. We're concerned about it too, which is why we have the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI, my goodness, looking at this. And we're taking it seriously. We understand that people are concerned. We understand that they got questions. We got questions too. And we're working hard to get the answers to that.
Some local and state lawmakers and members of Congress not satisfied with the answers and steps taken so far. One New Jersey Republican state senator sending a letter to President-elect Trump asking for help to get more information.
I think what's unusual is that the White House is trying to project a message of calm, saying, look, we don't have any evidence of a national security threat or a public safety threat.
Jackie Heinrich is Fox News senior White House correspondent. Also filling in for Shannon Bream this weekend is host of Fox News Sunday.
No sign of malicious intent, no sign of criminal activity, no sign of foreign governments involved. But yet, they are not telling us that they're looking at their own images that they have collected. We know that from investigators that we've been speaking to, that these drones are operating on a frequency that cannot be detected by our capabilities. And so, trying to give us sort of information that makes people feel good based on very loose sort of material. At the same time, they can't say who is behind them, what the intent is, why they're in the air, if they are capable of carrying a payload that's dangerous, if they're doing surveillance or reconnaissance, if they, are taking in information to use against Americans at a later point in time. You can't really tell everyone that everything's fine if you can't explain those things. And it's also odd that you don't have anyone who has raised their hand and said, that was me, that was my, hobby drone, that was my airplane, it looked like a drone on cell phone video. You don't have that either. So the government telling us just to sort of not worry, and we're still looking into it, but don't worry right now, but not explaining why people shouldn't worry is what is odd.
Yeah, and then Kirby went the extra mile and said, based on available imagery, it appears many these things are actually manned aircraft operating lawfully. He also called on Congress to expand counter-drone authority. And that sounds like maybe that's the bigger picture with this at the moment, the oversight gap that these sightings have highlighted.
Well, yes. And when I was speaking to a couple of lawmakers who had received a briefing from investigators, I asked them, what questions are you left with? And it sounds to me like the gap they want to close is who has the authority to act on it, not necessarily the other question of whether it's appropriate, but who should be in charge. And multiple people pointed to an incident over Langley Air Force Base last December as saying, look, we sort of have already seen this movie before. We had drones over a military installation last December. We faced the same questions then, and we don't have any better answers now a year later. And so that's making them quite uncomfortable as well.
A lot of the focus in Washington right now, of course, is on the transition, and more of the president-elect's nominees have been meeting with senators. Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth, who has denied allegations of past personal misconduct, seems to be getting the benefit of the doubt at the moment in these meetings.
Well, I think what you're seeing is the result of the Trump administration sending a strong message to Senate Republicans that we are not going to let you have a pocket veto over any of our nominees. We're going to make you, oppose them and put your name up on that board if you do, because many of you are going to be up for re-election, some as early as 2026, and they believe, the incoming administration, that they have a mandate from the American people to carry out the campaign promises that were made, and unless they are given the people in place and the authorities to do that, they feel they're going to be hamstrung in delivering on those promises. They don't want any individual member of Congress to hang up that process, and especially hang it up without having to face up to their role in that. So Heritage Action this week targeted 9 Republican senators with an ad campaign. It's basically playing in their states, pressuring them to, put these people through. Among them was Joni Ernst, who you saw go from being outwardly skeptical about Pete Hegseth to saying he at least deserves to have a full hearing. That, of course, wouldn't happen until January when the new Congress is in. And I think that's, a direct result of this sort of somewhat subtle, but certainly behind the scenes pressure campaign from the Trump administration to not allow members of Congress to block these initiatives without paying some sort of a price.
The president-elect called it a great day for America in a post when one of his first-term picks, Christopher Wray, announced he'll step down as FBI director. The new nominee for that post, Kash Patel, is getting pushback from Senate Democrats, labeling him as a hardliner with a list of enemies. What have you heard about his meetings on Capitol Hill so far and how the process is going for him?
I think you've heard most people saying that they want all of these nominees, Kash Patel included, to go through the full process. I mean, no one is, for all of them, no one really wants to issue a full-throated vote of confidence before the vetting process goes through, because anything could come up during that process. At the same time, they want to make sure that they are delivering for the incoming president a message of support, and especially if it's coming into, up against opposition from Democrats, which many of them are, additional pressure to voice that support and say, look, we think that the process, once it plays out, will result in his nomination going through. So we're kind of watching all of that happen. But I wouldn't say that Kash Patel versus Tulsi Gabbard versus Pete Hegseth is any different from one another. I think that it's all happening in the wake of Matt Gaetz. And so the tolerance, the stomach that the president-elect has to let these senators take their nominees down without going through that full process, that's what we're watching play out. And we're seeing that, sort of flexing their arm of, we can primary you if you don't, sort of fall in line. And we're watching that happen right now.
President Biden, in a speech this week, defended his economic agenda again and called this another inflection point, a warning against backsliding, even though many Americans remain unhappy with the Biden economy.
Yes. I also think, though, that the reality is that no one is really paying attention to the president. I think that he is trying to solidify the final message of his, 4 years in office, what will be his legacy. But at the same time, you are watching President-elect Trump command all of the attention from around the globe, the conversations about, what's going to happen with tariffs, what's going to happen with deregulation, what's going to happen with the reconciliation process, and what kinds of policy priorities are going to make their way into the budget that might impact our relationships with other countries, that might impact the border, for instance, with Mexico. Is there more border wall construction money? Is there, increased ICE officers and CBP? Can you force also in there an overhaul of the Endangered Species Act or the Clean Water Act in order to increase drilling, domestic energy production, and try to bring down prices in that way? I think that, while Biden is sort of saying what he's saying, the eyes of the world are upon Mar-a-Lago right now. And so we in Washington are sort of doing that dance where we're trying to pay attention to both things and watch the reaction come in, too.
A new poll finds just 2 out of 10 Americans approve of President Biden's decision to pardon his son Hunter after saying he would not do that. About half in the AP Norc Center poll disapprove. Though his overall job approval rating didn't budge much, still around 4 in 10. Do you get the sense the Biden White House is just banking on that pardon not impacting the way he'll be remembered overall when they think about legacy?
Well, you're seeing people in the White House less willing to talk about the president's decision to pardon because a lot of them had to repeat the message for so long that he was not going to. And they're going to continue to work in Washington after he's gone. So even in the briefing today, there was a lot more, well, the president said this. You heard the president say that from Karine rather than what we heard before, which was the president is not going to pardon his son. He has said that. That's, there's a lot of sort of attribution happening now coming from people surrounding the president when they get asked questions about the fallout from the pardon. I'm asking myself, what was the final motivating factor that pushed him across the line to abandon his position? Was it that Trump has nominated certain people to his cabinet and that there is this feeling of revenge and retribution coming, that's sort of mounted on him? Or is it simply that, the president said that he wouldn't pardon his son, made a moral case about it because he, wanted the approval of his party. His party rejected him, cut him down at the knees, and shoved him overboard. He might not feel like he owes him anything anymore. And the job he's going back to is the job of being a dad. So until the president really speaks about this himself, I don't think that we will know behind the scenes what the full conversation is. But at the end of the day, he made his decision and said that he wrestled with it, but he was not going to go back on it. And Jill Biden was the first to sort of unequivocally say, yeah, I support it.
Who is coming up on Fox News Sunday?
We've got a great couple guests this weekend. We've got Senator Tom Tillis, the Senate Judiciary Committee. We're going to be diving into all of the confirmation fights with him, and also Jim Himes from the House Intelligence Committee. He's the ranking member, talking about the drones situation. So much ground to sort of plot on both of those issues. Both of them have dominated Washington this week. We're really excited to have them on the show.
Jackie Heinrich, Fox News senior White House correspondent, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Lisa.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey guys, so you've heard me talking a lot about the KardioMobile EKG devices. So you know already they're the most advanced personal EKGs on the market. And now these amazing devices are at their lowest prices of the year, but only for a couple more weeks. I can't think of a better gift to give to a loved one. I mentioned that my dad has one. He loves it. Than the gift of managing their heart health. On the go, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. These things let you take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds, right on your phone, and now you can get one, listen to this, for just $69. They can even detect AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. I'm telling you, these prices are not going to last. $69 for the best-selling KardioMobile device. There's no better gift for yourself or a loved one, and at this price, there's no better time than right now. Go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your KardioMobile today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero Wolf and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
It's that time of year again. Hi, it's George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you're a pet parent like I am, you know that the holidays are just as important to our four-legged kids as they are to us. At the Dogs and Cats Rule stores, our goal is to make your holiday shopping easier. When it comes to getting the cutest Christmas-themed toys, collars, and leads, we have absolutely everything. That's Dogs and Cats Rule, now with 7 convenient locations. Shop small, shop local, shop family. Happy holidays from all of us at Dogs and Cats Rule.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon, in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Now, a
look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, December 13th, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. It is the final Friday, the 13th of 2024. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more on that.
Superstitions surrounding this day, Friday the 13th, date back centuries in Western culture, with the thought that the number 13 is a sign that something bad might happen, with some common practices to avoid being unlucky, including steering clear of cracks on the sidewalk and wearing clothes inside out. But that as some zodiac signs look to Friday the 13th as a personal day of strength and empowerment. Elon Musk's SpaceX appears not to be worried about superstitions today as it plans to launch a Falcon 9 rocket this evening from Cape Canaveral. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And national security officials are trying to tamp down fears from drones that have been spotted across the skies in New York and New Jersey. Fox's Jared Halpern has more on this from the White House for us this morning.
Lawmakers from both parties are demanding more answers from federal agencies about drones spotted the past few weeks over communities in New York and New Jersey. White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says the FBI, DHS, and Coast Guard are investigating, but
we have no evidence at this time that the reported drone sightings pose a national security or a public safety threat or have a foreign nexus.
Kirby also says there have been no sightings in restricted airspace, and many of the reported sightings, he says, are actually manned aircraft operating lawfully. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Cioli.
The story about artificial Christmas trees being more eco-friendly. I'm a big believer in getting them real. I don't know how you gentlemen feel about this, but I am a big believer in getting real Christmas trees because they help the family farms. Kirk has a real tree. Good for you, Kirk. I'm glad to hear that. You support the family farmers, Kirk?
No.
You know, you said you have a real tree. That means you do support the family farmers.
Yeah, sorry.
Kirk's like, I have a real tree. I'm helping out. You support the farmers? No. F those guys.
Yes, I do.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
The holiday season is in full swing, and the showcases at Family and Company Jewelers are stocked and ready to go. Do yourself a favor and get to their showroom on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Planning to pop the question this year? How about you stuff her stocking with a diamond engagement ring? Or if you just want a little extra action under the mistletoe, you can't go wrong with a pair of diamond stud earrings. Check off your whole list with one stop to Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's holiday diamond destination.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Whoa, long time no see. It's me, the rock t-shirt in the back of your closet. Dude, remember? You crowd surfed in me, man. But you haven't worn me in like forever. I get it, you're retired, but I still got some rock left in me. So take me to Goodwill, where I can really make a difference.
Your donations to Goodwill create jobs, training programs, and education assistance for people in your community. To find your nearest donation center, go to goodwill.org. Donate stuff. Create jobs. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
President-elect Trump rang the opening bell at the stock exchange Thursday for the first time ever, but that did not lead to a positive day of trading. Down across the board, the Dow lost 234 points. It's been down 6 straight days. That's the longest negative streak in 8 months. The S&P 500 down 33, the NASDAQ off 132. Apple, though, did close at its 23rd record high of the year. The Producer Price Index rose 0.4% from October to November. That's twice as much as forecasted. PPI measures the cost of things at the wholesale level. Year to year for the month ending in November, the reading was at 3%. Applications for unemployment benefits up by 17,000 this week to 242,000, the highest level in 2 months. Continuing claims, those remaining on benefits, up by 15,000 to more than 1.88 million. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
There are 12 shopping days left until Christmas, and there are criminals out there, scammers and thieves, looking to take advantage of our generosity. Connecticut Senate Democrat Richard Blumenthal says just be careful.
When you see something offered for free, forget about it. When you see a charity soliciting online or by phone, check it out. When someone offers to deliver something to your door, make sure you're going to be there, so it's not just left on the doorstep.
There's a cybersecurity survey on the tech website CNET finding 2/3 of Americans are concerned about falling victim to scams over the holiday season and beyond. But it finds that even more, 7 in 10, are doing things security experts say puts those people at risk, like being careless with password choices and not taking advantage of increased security. If you're reasonably careful, shopping online, increasingly through social media posts, is convenient and safe.
If you're on your Instagram, your TikTok, Facebook, anything, you get these ads, and there may be a product that you think is interesting, not sold by a retailer you've heard of before.
CNET cybersecurity and money editor Danny Santana.
To be safe, you should check their Better Business Bureau rating. Google the company to check out any reviews. Of course, there are fake reviews out there, but if you see enough negative reviews, you can feel confident that the company either isn't legitimate or they don't do good business.
Yeah, and some stuff is just obviously too good to be true. Like, hey, here's a pinball machine for $15 or whatever it is, and then you really should probably just move on.
100%, 100%. The analogy, if you will, that I like to use is I'm a sneaker collector. And so if I see a rare pair of sneakers at below retail or just a price that is just way too low for the market value I know it has, I just know it's a scam. Even if I do find a post online or it's someone on Facebook or something like that, saying like, hey, I have these dead stock pair of sneakers for $200 when I know they should be going for well above 800, as an example.
Yeah. Besides stuff not showing up, is there a risk from having your personal data stolen, or is that just too difficult to do with all the layers of protection?
The worst case scenario is identity theft, which happens, far more often than I'd like to see. The reason that this happens and that phishing attacks happen and that fraud is so rampant throughout the industry is just the rate at which data breaches happen. Data breaches seemingly happen every single day.
So what do you do if it's not your fault? We have to trust a lot of people with our personal information. Yeah. What if their security's bad and there's a data breach? What do you do?
So if there's a data breach, typically a company will send you a notice in the mail. That notice will have a lot of things in it, but the things I always like to point out are, one, it'll tell you what personal data of yours has likely been compromised. There's also an activation code usually included for free identity theft protection that spans about a year to two, I'd say, depending on the severity of the breach. The other thing is very simple. I'd say change your password if applicable, just so that you kind of always keep cyber criminals guessing, and make sure that the password is a unique password. Because if you repeat the same password across multiple accounts, that leaves you open to credential stuffing.
A lot of people just pick a password and use it across multiple sites because they don't want to remember a ton of passwords. I find the password manager in my phone to be one of the most useful features I have in a device. You don't have to remember anything at all. You can do the thing where you let your phone pick the super complicated password that you never could remember. I don't know, do people just not trust them or not know how to use them or not know they exist?
Password managers are great because you just have to remember one magic password and then let the software do the rest. Now that password should be like a really top tier password, longer than 20 characters, very much unique to any other account that you have, and only you should know that password, right? But generally speaking, just good password hygiene is something that shoppers in our recent CNET survey are something that they're looking to sort of bolster this holiday season. It's one of those takeaways that I got from the survey, that in efforts to further protect their personal data this holiday season, folks are telling us like, yeah, I want to improve my password hygiene.
Talk about customer support scams, how they work, how easy they are to fall for, and what to look for.
Yeah, they're easy to fall for just because we're just busy living our lives. And so we think that a phone call, a knock on the door, a text message can just be innocent. So it just requires us to be vigilant on top of all the other things that we do in our day-to-day lives. The way that it works is, as I've kind of been alluding to, let's say you just get a phone call or a text message and it's someone saying like, hey, I need to confirm your personal details or your account details. I'm with X company. And so you think, oh, okay, this is a company that cares about me and wants to make sure my data is up to date, for if something were to come up. And so you just hand it over and you don't realize that it's a scam. In situations like this, like if this were to happen, I would say do not give your personal information, payment information to anyone that just calls you out of the blue. Best case, what you should do, I should say, is hang up, call that company or financial institution directly, and just confirm the authenticity of the communication you've received.
One I don't really understand how it works, and I'm sure you do, is gift card draining. Explain how that works.
Really, the impact to the customer is just that you pay, let's say, $50 for a gift card and there's nothing on it. right? But the way that it works is that a scammer will go into a store and essentially just, in so many ways, the way I believe it works is you scan a barcode, or essentially they just find a way to access the funds on the card, and the customer ends up getting screwed.
Now, Danny, you say that one of the best protections that you have done for yourself is just freezing your credit. How do you do it, and how do you thaw it? What if you want to apply for a new credit card in a month?
To freeze your credit, you have to contact the 3 major credit bureaus, Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. You create an account with each of those bureaus, and then you simply freeze your credit with all of them. To contact them, you can do this by mail, though it takes a little longer, over the phone or online, like I did. And what this does is it just stops anyone, including you, from applying for credit in your name.
One that I try to get got with often, I feel like I get a text a month that's fake, saying it's this is UPS, this is FedEx, we tried to deliver a package, your package is stuck in customs, whatever it is. Click here to claim your package. I mean, usually it's pretty obvious to me anyway, but people do fall for it. And so what do you look for?
First, I'll say I'll get those messages a lot too. So you're not the only one, and we're definitely not the only ones that get those on a regular basis. 2 things I'd say. 1, if you know you haven't ordered anything, don't fall for this false sense of panic. Usually the best defense is knowing that you haven't ordered anything in a while, and then okay, this is a scam. But this time of the year, that's different, right? Because I myself probably have like 10 packages I'm awaiting at my home. So a couple of things. 1, there's usually something wrong with the URL. So if there may be a typo in it, or it just looks strange. It's just a random series of like numbers and letters, and it's just there's something off about it, right? Like there's not even oftentimes the ones I receive, speaking for myself, it doesn't even say like UPS or USPS or FedEx on it. It's just like a random URL. Or anything like that, your payment information is safe.
A lot of websites and apps are asking for 2-factor authentication. I feel like it's more and more common. So, you put in a password and then you get a code sent to your phone or your email, whatever. Some people, I guess, don't understand why they should say yes to that. Why should they? Or they do know about it and think the risk isn't worth the extra few seconds it takes. How effective is 2-factor authentication? I imagine it's a lot.
Yeah, I was so shocked by that in our survey results, to be honest with you. We found that I believe it's 1 in 5. So about 20% of people we surveyed unenrolled from 2-factor authentication in the past year. And that's alarming to me, and probably to most cybersecurity experts, because it really is just like it takes you the amount of time that it gets up to get your phone, or just to like check your email to find out what the unique code is for you to just start your shopping journey. It's helpful because really the goal is just to make sure that you are who you say you are. So say, for instance, to put a bow on it, say, for instance, someone tries to log into my bank account, right, from a foreign device. If I don't have 2-factor authentication on, well, then they're just in. But if they try to get it and then it's like, okay, tell us the code that we send to your phone ending in, the last 4 digits of your phone number, or like tell us the code that we sent to, your email, or that's a roadblock for cyber criminals. And it's a minute of your time, less than that really, because we always have our phones on us, right? So it's less than a minute for you just to remember the 6 numbers and just input the numbers one by one.
Danny Santana, CNET Cybersecurity and Money Editor. Merry Christmas, Danny.
Same to you. Happy holidays, everybody.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey guys, so you've heard me talking a lot about the KardioMobile EKG devices. So you know already they're the most advanced personal EKGs on the market. And now these amazing devices are at their lowest prices of the year, but only for a couple more weeks. I can't think of a better gift to give to a loved one. I mentioned that my dad has one. He loves it. them the gift of managing their heart health. On the go, between doctor's visits, even while traveling. These things let you take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds, right on your phone, and now you can get one, listen to this, for just $69. They can even detect AFib, which is a leading cause of stroke. I'm telling you, these prices are not going to last. $69 for the best-selling cardiomobile device. There's no better gift for yourself or a loved one, and at this price, there's no better time than right now. Go to Kardia.com, Kardia.com, or Amazon, and order your Kardia Mobile today. Sponsored by AliveCor.
My fellow Americans, Donald Trump's conviction on 34 charges shows our country is in distress and our rule of law is under attack. Things might get worse before they get better. In these times of political chaos and uncertainty, it's crucial to protect your wealth and secure your financial future. That's where Advantage Gold comes in. They understand the power of gold as a safe haven during turmoil. Call them today at 800-900-8000 to get their free 2024 gold and silver kit and to protect your money with physical precious metals. Mention Jason Hansen sent you, and you could qualify for a special Jason Hansen discount up to $1,300. While nobody can predict the future, you can certainly prepare for it. Don't wait. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 for your free gold and silver kit and to claim your discount. Again, call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional and call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Steel holiday savings are here. Find the perfect gift at your local Steel dealer or shop the Steel Holiday Gift Guide at steelusa.com.
Fox News, I'm Ted Lindner. The Biden administration responding to reports about drones spotted over New Jersey.
National security officials are trying to tamp down rumors from lawmakers and others that swarms of drones spotted over the last few weeks could have been sent by Iran or other U.S. adversaries.
There is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement.
White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby also says there have been no drone sightings above sensitive or restricted facilities.
Fox's Jared Halpern. Meantime, L.A. fire crews making progress on a wildfire raging in the wealthy community of Malibu. Some residents back in their homes, others remain evacuated.
It is our #1 priority to get residents back into their homes and to their communities. However, we have to make sure it's safe to do so.
And that was Cal Fire Incident Commander Dusty Martin. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Juan Soto met the media for the first time since agreeing to a 15-year, $765 million contract with the New York Mets. The University of North Carolina Board of Trustees approved Bill Belichick's 5-year contract to coach the Tar Heels. The Rams topped the 49ers 12-6 on a rainy night in Santa Clara, California. There were no touchdowns, just 6 field goals, 4 from Rams kicker Joshua Carty. Two-way star Travis Hunter of Colorado won the Walter Camp Player of the Year award. Hunter also picked up the Fred Biletnikoff Award as the best receiver and also the Chuck Bednarik Award as the nation's best defender. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Independent film and TV production companies sprouted over the past decade to serve the growing content demands of streaming services. Now, many are struggling as streamers cut their own budgets.
Being an independent production company in Hollywood is challenging.
That's Bloomberg Entertainment business editor Lucas Shaw.
The premiums that these production companies get paid have come down as streaming services have started to cut back.
Even companies backed by big names like Lakers star LeBron James have been impacted. James is a co-founder of Spring Hill, a media company that's been popular with investors but has come up empty in its quest for profits.
And so you have this company that, raised a bunch of money, invested a lot, figuring that there would be this expanding entertainment business, and that just hasn't happened in the last couple of years.
So James's Spring Hill recently agreed to a merger with Fullwell 73, the British production outfit behind the Kardashians and the Grammy Awards. It's aiming to be profitable by the end of next year. Dan Schwartzman, Bloomberg Radio.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. In fact, we can't wait to share our way of life with new friends. It's no secret that we are known as one of the happiest communities in the country. Virginia Beach is a friendly hug, a warm handshake, a hearty laugh, and a healthy dose of the unexpected. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place, and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Nice run. It's great being back out on the mountain. You sort of disappeared for a while. Everything okay?
Between you and me, it was lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah. The doc told me once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone, and that can make it harder to stay in shape. That's why I started taking Nugenix Total T. It's made a huge difference.
Oh, I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
For sure. It's the #1 doctor-recommended testosterone booster. It boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. My wife, my boss, my kids, everyone has noticed a change in me.
Do they still give out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yes, just send them a text.
Guys, text HATCH to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone brand at GNC and Walmart. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back in shape fast, absolutely free. Text HATCH to 321-321. That's HATCH to 321-321.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
You don't have to wait until our next event to start your crash-proof retirement educational process. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The holidays mean more travel, more shopping, and more personal info in more places that could expose you more to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, their U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't face drained accounts, fraudulent loans, or financial losses alone. Get more holiday fun and less holiday worry with LifeLock. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY. Visit LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Albert the Great Church on Welsh Road in Huntington Valley, Saturday, January 11th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? For that, you may need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, December 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company. You're right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. That is how you jump aboard on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers, on a day in which we will chat with our buddy Sean Farish live from Nashville coming up at 8:30 this morning. And I have been told that he has 2 gems for us, 2 new bits that he is going to work in, including a Trump holiday song. And how Trump caught Luigi at McDonald's.
Oh, no.
Yes. That's all still ahead this morning.
Oh, man.
Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Friday the 13th.
Oh, I
Freebie
didn't,
Friday.
I didn't even think about that.
Wow. Oh, boy. Boy. My wife has a work obligation tonight, so I'm stuck with the kids on a Friday the 13th.
Stuck with the kids.
Yeah.
I'm stuck.
Gonna be a rough spot.
Oh, big.
Gonna be a rough spot for Daddy.
Yeah.
Hello, Gregory.
Hello, buddy. How are you? Good morning.
Doing well.
Let's do this.
We got a lot of good stories today.
Yeah.
Lots of good stories. Violence from the left with irrelevance from the legacy media. That'll be the theme of the Big Take this morning. We also have more and more and more of Luigi, the phenomenon that is sweeping the nation. I've got so many stories here from how sympathy could save him from a jury.
Oh, God.
His jacket is apparently flying off the shelves in retail outlets everywhere. We've got disasters behind bars with Luigi in prison.
Did you see that News Nation news report with all of the inmates yelling and saying "Free Luigi"? What's happening? What is happening?
It went from Free Huey to Free Luigi. It's outrageous. We'll talk about it. Also in the news, more interesting stuff on the health front. Not necessarily health care, but the food, the ingredients, the additives, and it's got a local twist to it. We'll talk about it. I might give an unpopular opinion on that I just formulated here as I read the story from Philly Voice. Yeah. So I'll leave that for the news professionals of the show. But let's get to it. Round number 1 at 6:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning this Friday morning, the 13th, Friday the 13th. A chilly morning, and with the wind chill, it feels like it's about 26 degrees outside right now. So you want to bundle up. I think officially it's 28, 29 degrees, depending on where you are. So make sure you wear a nice winter coat, and we'll tell you when the warm-up will happen. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal & Company News Live, this Friday edition. We're sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. We have the latest on this shootout in Philadelphia's Wissinoming section. Left one man dead. Happened late last night, and that investigation kept police overnight into the wee hours of the morning. Police say they found a man in his late teens, maybe early 20s, shot in the head outside the shops of Wissinoming. This is at Harbison Avenue and Tulip Street. And so they say this is the information is that this is a homicide victim. Showed up in the parking lot with one other guy, was meeting 2 or 3 other guys in the parking lot. That's when guns were drawn by not only the victim in this, the dead guy, but actually at least 1 or 2 others. And so there was a shootout. They're still investigating this. The other shooter, though, did remain on the scene. And police say that person, as well as the witnesses, are fully cooperating. They don't know what set this off. So was this a situation where they knew each other? Was this an attempted, theft, robbery, carjacking? We don't know the nature of the situation. We just know that a young man is dead, but the other witnesses as well as the shooter are still there talking to officers, cooperating.
Yeah, it's the same defense for the guy that you just said that remained cooperative and stayed on the scene. It's the same defense as the drone shooter from Florida. Yeah, I did it. What am I going to do, officer? Am I going to lie to you? I did it.
Since you brought up the drones, I will tell you that now we have the White House as speaking out once again, saying there's no credible information of any drones. No credible information. Lawmakers pushing back and saying, well, the reason that you're saying no credible information is that you don't have any information. Mm-hmm. So there's a back and forth on this one. We've talked a lot about this one this week.
Drone sighting in my hometown of Easton, Pennsylvania last night, by the way.
Yeah.
My buddies were texting me saying that there's drones in the sky. I said, I need visual confirmation.
Well, the New York, New Jersey senators asking the heads of the FBI, the FAA, Federal Aviation Administration, Department of Homeland Security, to brief them on the issue. Some calling for these things to be shot down. The White House speaking out.
Well, yeah, we have Kirby from yesterday.
John Kirby yesterday.
Do you want to roll this since we're doing this here at 606? Yeah. This is what Kirby said yesterday, Phil. Roll it.
Using very sophisticated electronic detection technologies provided by federal authorities, we have not been able to, and neither have state or local law enforcement authorities, corroborate any of the reported visual sightings. To the contrary, upon review of available imagery, it appears that many of the reported sightings are actually manned aircraft that are being operated lawfully. The United States Coast Guard is providing support to the state of New Jersey and has confirmed that there is no evidence of any foreign-based involvement from coastal vessels. And importantly, there are no reported or confirmed drone sightings in any restricted airspace. Now, that said, we certainly take seriously the threat that can be posed by unmanned aircraft systems, which is why law enforcement and other agencies continue to support New Jersey and investigate the reports, even though they have uncovered no malicious activity or intent at this particular stage. While there is no known malicious activity occurring, the reported sightings there do, however, highlight a gap in authorities. And so we urge Congress to pass important legislation that will extend and expand existing counter-drone authorities so that we are better prepared to identify and mitigate any potential threats to airports or other critical infrastructure, and so that state and local authorities are provided all the tools that they need to respond to such threats as well.
That's it. Nothing to see here.
No.
Let's get it back to whatever else it is that's going to distract us.
You're all nuts, okay?
Yeah.
There's nothing. It's just it's people. They're flying their drones. It's fine.
You want to know the dead giveaway as to why it is something impactful and meaningful? They sent Kirby out there and not Karine.
Yeah. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby just poo-pooing this. Nothing to see here.
Nope. And he read from a fully prepared statement, which normally that's all Karine does. So if she couldn't read the typical binder verbiage, it tells me it's actually authentic.
Cory Booker also came out and said that he wants
Tears of Rage.
Yeah, he said he needs the New Jersey people deserve answers.
Yeah,
roll it, Phil.
I've been a little frustrated. There hasn't been enough transparency, letting people know what's happening. It's allowing a lot of potentially misinformation to spread, or at least fear. We should know what's going on over our skies, and I've asked for a lot more information.
Tell you what, man, Opelka's got too many of those damn drones, doesn't he? Stop it, Michael.
So we got that going on.
Man.
A lot of reaction.
This is a huge story. I mean, it is.
All right, so let's ask the authentic question at this point, because we've covered Iran, we've covered China, we've covered our own government. Is it aliens?
It is not.
Okay.
It's definitely
China.
aliens.
It's China. It's China. And the more we realize that, the sooner we realize that, the better.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's the word.
I'm all droned out.
I know Van Drew said
the
Iran.
Iranian mothership.
Yeah, I don't.
It's my favorite line of the week.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not on board with that. I think it's going to be the
Chinese.
Yeah.
All right.
Well.
So we got that going on. We'll continue to update it. There's a ton of reaction on the drone situation. Taking you back locally, Montgomery County law enforcement officials, they arrested a man in connection with that deadly home invasion that we've talked a lot about. This is Lower Merion Township. While the remaining suspect still remains on the run, so there is a manhunt for an armed and dangerous individual. But this case certainly very upsetting, just disturbing to neighbors in this very quiet community where nothing like this has ever happened. So police say they did arrest Charles Fulworth in a Jenkintown apartment building, and that was without incident. He is charged with second-degree felony murder, robbery, and related charges. This was from the DA in Montgomery County, Kevin Steele. He announced a lot of this at the news conference he held yesterday, saying that 41-year-old Fulworth in Jenkintown there, one of two guys accused of breaking into that home on a quiet, tree-lined street there in Wynwood. This happened Sunday, and the motive they are saying right now was burglary. That invasion would end with 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio. He was shot dead, they're saying execution style, in the home where he grew up, in the family home where he grew up. And his mom, Bernadette Gaudio, she suffered critical injuries And the word from Kevin Steele is that the son was trying to protect mom, who was in bed, and that she was defenseless, and the son was trying to protect mom, and they shot her multiple times. However, she amazingly survived. So she still is in Lankenau Hospital, not so far from their family home, but had to learn that her son, her 25-year-old son, had died, had not survived those injuries. We've been talking a lot about this other suspect. They put his picture everywhere. He is a most wanted individual, considered armed and dangerous. 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts, who they say was the other gunman or the other accused accomplice here. He is still on the run, and they're still trying to find this guy. So they called this an armed and dangerous man, terrible people who committed an atrocious crime. That was from the DA there, Kevin Steele. So they're still looking at the motivation here, but they did find burglarized items in one of the homes in West Philly.
Boy,
so,
not a quiet holiday for Kevin Steele these days.
Yeah.
He's hoping to probably just get to the Christmas break in Montgomery County, because these things don't happen in Montgomery County at the frequency that they do inside of Philadelphia County.
This is true.
Yep.
We've been talking this week a lot about the Sixers' proposed $1.3 billion arena in the heart of Center City in Philadelphia. This would be the Market East neighborhood impacted. So we know that City Council cleared the way for the project to move ahead. So there's a preliminary approval. Still, the money is being negotiated. And that really triggered this protest yesterday with all of these protesters blocking off streets. They said that they wanted to disrupt the evening rush yesterday.
Was it mostly peaceful?
They wanted, well, not if you were stuck in that traffic.
Yeah.
They said they purposely wanted to disrupt traffic to show you what it would be like when this arena is built.
Yeah. I got news for you protesters. I don't need you to show me what it's like. I sit on it every day. We all do in the Schuylkill, the Vine Street Expressway, 476, 202, 422. We know what traffic is like. Get out of our way, or the Ridgeline's coming for you, pal.
Do you hear, Nick Kayal?
That's right.
You use protesters.
Me and my six-cylinder truck. It's got a
minivan. Just kidding.
Exactly.
So we'll continue with everything, all the news of the day. Want to get to the all-important weekend forecast for you. 28 degrees right now, quite chilly out with a wind chill that makes it feel like it's in the mid-20s. The high just 38 degrees, but less windy today. And then tomorrow for your Saturday, 40 degrees. The sun is out today and tomorrow for your Saturday. Sunday, 43 degrees, but the clouds rolling in, but the warm-up begins. So 43 for Sunday, and then Monday we're in the 50s. Next Tuesday, 60 degrees. I mean, so we're in the 50s for the beginning part of next week.
The big question, Dawn Stensland, is how will it be for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation block party, Andy Chan block party, next Friday from 4 to 9 p.m. in Old City?
Well, it looks like
81 and Sunday.
Thank you.
Okay, is that what I should say? That's my story. I'm sticking with it.
That's what I like.
As of right now, but they're always wrong this far out,
Yeah.
so I don't even know why I'm saying it. But it looks like mid-40s, could be upper 40s.
That's great. That's fine.
Not too shabby.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
That's
beer
fine.
weather.
Yeah.
It's beer weather.
Most of the bars are inside anyway.
Yeah.
If I'm calling you people out, if you have not gotten tickets yet, whatever. If you have not bought tickets yet, do it now. GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Andy Chan block party next Friday night. We will all be there.
Yeah.
Myself, Dawn, Nick Kayal, Phil Almquist. I think Jimmy Kelly's coming. We're all coming.
Yeah. Phil's coming down. Phil's going to ride down with me in the truck.
Oh, boy.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm actually going to put him in the bed of the truck. He's going to wave the Kayal and Company flag down the Schuylkill.
Oh, speaking of the Kayal and Company flag.
Yeah, how's that thing going?
So Jeremy Burke, one of our listeners, came in on Monday to get the flag.
Yeah, we did the handoff.
He's waving it proudly this week. On Monday, this coming Monday, like Monday, he's going to bring it back. Newman Price is going to take it for the week. So Newman Price coming in on Monday. Newman, I will I'll tell you what time to come in and everything like that. He'll be in here to get the
Sounds good.
To get
Cool.
the
All right.
And then I believe Sergeant Mark Fu, I'm going to get it for him for the Christmas break.
Mark's my boy.
So he's going to have it.
Love Mark.
If you want to, we're probably into January because I know Chris Eppolito wants to take it too.
We're like doctor's offices. We're scheduling 6 weeks out.
So we're like mid-January now. If you want to
Yeah.
fly the Kayal and Company flag, just send me an email, greg.stocker@odyssey.com, and we will arrange for you to have the Kayal and Company flag for a week so you can display it proudly.
That's right.
As well, I'll slip in one more news item because I'm looking at Greg's. Is that a Stanley Cup that you've got? Is that a Stanley? Because we got a leak. We got a leaker.
Uh-oh.
This is, the Stanley, the stainless steel. They're very popular, very expensive.
Yeah, my daughters have like 12 of them.
Well, here's the thing. They are recalling at least 2.6 million of the switchback and trigger action travel mugs, the Stanley brand.
Yep.
Because it's a potential burn hazard because they're leaking. The
Oh.
lids are leaking.
They're leaking.
Wow.
And they can shrink. It's shrinking when exposed to heat and torque.
Torque. I've always been.
Don't torque with
Yep.
your Stanley Cup.
Yep.
I've always
Seriously.
been Team Yeti, by the way.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Way better.
Yetis for life, baby.
I have a Ninja mug. Because I'm Team Ninja.
Right.
But Yetis are right up there.
I would say Yetis versus Stanleys are like iPhones versus Samsungs.
Don't believe the hype. I know everybody has those Stanley mugs.
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype.
Yeah.
Thank you. Unless they want to come on and be a sponsor, then we'll talk lovingly.
And I'll smash this Yeti in a nanosecond for some cash.
Well, they're saying if you have this, stop using it. Immediately contact the companies for Stanley, and they'll replace it. So go to their website.
Yeah. Okay.
Full replacement, burn and leak and shrinkage hazards there.
Yeah.
Hey, we are sponsored by Spring Dance Hot
Yeah.
Tubs. 12 days of savings, Spring Dance Hot Tubs. From December 12th to the 24th, you get up to $5,000 off hot tubs, up to $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off water care for the first 20 customers. You got to sign up for their new auto ship program. So this is only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com. Thank you, Spring Dance Hot Tubs, on this Friday the 13th, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:19. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it is brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Violence and irrelevance, the left and legacy media. I hate seeing the left resort to violence, but I absolutely love seeing the legacy media become irrelevant. Both have had an awful stretch over the last 6 weeks as Americans who subscribe to left-wing ideology have now had to resort to making threats of violence and follow through on their words, while simultaneously the mainstream media's words are falling on deaf ears after the 2024 election. But let's start with violence, because we've been talking way too much about tragedy in the news lately following the murder of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. And all across the land, we have seen, heard, and read awful things in the wake of horrific acts of a deranged 26-year-old who didn't like the healthcare system and resorted to cold-blooded murder. Social media full of hateful comments condoning murder, media members finding ways to justify these actions, and elected leaders and university professors glorifying criminal actions. Let's start with Liz Warren, who is being absolutely roasted for her comments on MSNBC in the wake of the Brian Thompson murder. Listen and watch this.
So look, terrible for individuals, but stop and think overall about the social contract. Part of the deal in how we've kept this democracy, this economy, this country on a fairly steady path for more than 200 years has been that those at the top pay a little more in taxes, are a little less rich than they otherwise might be, and everybody else at least gets a chance.
Yeah.
And what happens when you turn this into the billionaires run it all is they get the opportunity to squeeze every last penny.
Yeah.
And look, we'll say it over and over. Violence is never the answer. This guy gets a trial who's allegedly killed the CEO of United Health. But you can only push people so far. And then they start to take matters into their own hands.
Yeah.
Is Liz Warren attempting to rationalize murder? She's clearly not condoning that, even though some people on social media say she is. But it really does feel like she's attempting to rationalize the thought processes of these killers and this killer specifically, or those who encourage this. We don't rationalize things like that in America. We imprison people like that. And speaking of actions of violence, we also discussed how an LGBTQ plus member from Cook County, Illinois, showed up in Washington, D.C. this week and physically assaulted South Carolina Rep. Nancy Mace. She is now wearing a shoulder sling. James McIntyre, 33, pled not guilty yesterday to misdemeanor assault. And speaking of attempted ways to condone or rationalize violence, here was Jason Johnson, political commentator on MSNBC with Joy Reid, giving another delusional take on violence in America. Listen and watch this.
If the victim is somebody that I don't like, or the victim is someone who they feel deserves it, then a lot of times people are willing to justify violence. It's an unfortunate thing. It's a very American thing, right? I mean, we worship vigilante violence. We worship action heroes. We worship Charles Bronson and all these people who take it into their own hands. Al Capone, criminals and everything else like that. I think the sad part about this, frankly, is that I am not going to pretend that in a country that's been started and operated off of violence, that violence doesn't sometimes solve things.
So violence sometimes solves things. All right, I'm just taking notes here as we go along. I'm learning so much from MSNBC today. And with that said, I'm sure then he would agree with ousted squad dem Jamal Bowman. We remember him, right? The notorious fire alarm puller. How could we forget? He tweeted the following thread on X, quote, "Dear white people, I don't know why I feel the need to keep talking to you. I don't know why part of me still has hope for you and for us. Some of you are too far gone, but maybe enough of you aren't and will join us in fighting to end white supremacy. I just want to call out the hypocrisy and evil of it all and just continue to hope. I won't rely completely on you because I know what's most important is to work with my community and other like-minded allies in the fight for justice. Jordan Neely, he was sick. He was not a threat. He was subdued. Still not a threat. Daniel Penny choked him for 6 minutes and killed him. We all watched it on camera, and he was still acquitted. Rest in peace, Jordan Neely. The justice system failed you. Kyle Rittenhouse and Daniel Penny are free. You're gone. We must still fight." Bowman, in the long-winded Twitter thread, which I won't read in its entirety, would then go on to talk about George Floyd, Trayvon Martin, and other cases. We cannot, let me say this one more time, we cannot get rid of these toxic race-hustling squad dems fast enough. And I think all of them, maybe short of AOC, are going to have short-lived runs in political office. Bowman and Cori Bush yesterday saying their goodbyes from public office. And hopefully we can stop glorifying those who commit heinous acts for causes that we deem worthy of fighting for, while deflecting and pivoting on crimes committed based on identity politics, who the victim is, who the suspect is, so forth and so on. But the good news with all of this, well, it's usually spewed and spouted on legacy media, which now, in mass waves, self-admittedly says it is a dying format and it's perishing before our very eyes. Leslie Stahl, we remember her. Remember when she shouted down Trump saying the Hunter Biden laptop story was not authenticated? Even Leslie sees the demise of her own profession. Listen and watch this.
I once asked Donald Trump, why do you keep pounding on the press? This was right after he won in 2016. You know, it's kind of boring. You say the same thing over and over, and you won. You know, it's time to drop it. Why do you do it? And he said, I do it and I repeat it because the more I do that, the less people are going to believe you when you say negative things about me and whatever else.
Totally.
And it's happened. If you watch the opinion of us, how many people trust the press anymore? I mean, we're way down there with the lawyers.
Yeah.
This is really rough, as you know.
You're way down there with Congress.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, we're way down there with Congress, but we're way down there. And I despair. Seriously, I worry greatly. And I think there are other institutions that have been suffering. And you're right not to blame Donald Trump 100%, obviously. Started many years before. But we're at a point where if the President of the United States is going to say legacy media is dead, well, I guess Musk said that. legacy media is dead.
And he wants it dead. He wants other media.
But it is kind of, sort of hobbling right now. And I don't know how it recovers. I'm very dark about it.
That right there is music to my ears. Because if the peddlers of misinformation, Democrat talking points, and the once trusted gatekeepers of truth become irrelevant, I believe we will be better off as a nation. Let's go to the next one. CNN's Van Jones. He can see the writing on the wall as well. Listen and watch this.
In the Philly suburbs. And I'm telling you, we are way off. The entire political class is way off. First of all, digital is a new door knocking. Mm-hmm. You got to understand that. We were laughing our butts off at Donald Trump for suspending his door knocking campaign and letting Charlie Kirk and Elon do a bunch of stuff online. Mm-hmm. We said, these guys are idiots. These guys are stupid. Then you start knocking on these doors. You know what people come to the door with? Their phone in their hand. They're in a 24-hour digital surround sound that has nothing to do with CNN, has nothing to do with any stuff that we do. I asked my son, I got a teenage son, I asked him, who are the most influential people in the world today? I'm thinking to myself, he's going to say Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z. He says, Kai Cent, Aiden Ross, Jinxie, and Sketch. I don't know who he's talking about. I said, what platforms are you on? He goes, I'm on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble. I said, that sounds like you need to go to the hospital. What are these platforms? I'm telling you guys, the mainstream has become fringe, and the fringe has become mainstream. There are platforms, there are people out there that are getting 14 million streams, and we're on cable news getting 1 or 2 million. And so there is a whole world out there. Kellyanne Conway, I hate to agree with her, but I do a lot of times. Donald Trump understood that, and we didn't. And that's not just Democrats that don't. The entire political class is way off, way off, way off.
Got news for you, Van. CNN's not getting 1 to 2 million viewers. In fact, you're losing to the Food Network and the Cartoon Network. In the latest ratings report just released on Wednesday, CNN in primetime averaged only 67,000 viewers across the 25 to 54-year-old adult demo. That was good for 26th place in cable TV, trailing TV Land, MTV, Nick at Night, and Adult Swim. I didn't know Adult Swim was still around. And MSNBC is doing awful as well. Viewership for their network is way down since the election. They've lost 55% of their audience. Rachel Maddow herself has lost 56% of her viewership. And it's not just media members seeing their demise and mortality before their very eyes. It's Democrat politicians that appear on these channels that are also well aware that their talking points being regurgitated by talking heads on TV is being heard and seen by almost nobody. Jasmine Crockett, Democrat from Texas, with Kristen Welker, said this. Listen and watch.
Why do you think Democrats lost, and what do you think needs to happen by the midterms and the next presidential election in order to find your footing again?
Well, Kristen, no disrespect to you. I think you do great work. But the reality is that those that tune in to traditional news sources, they absolutely went for us. And we know that the standards that you have to live by as an actual journalist are completely different from other platforms. And so we know that we were winning for those that were tuning into the traditional news sources. But when it came down to people getting their news from places that really aren't even news sources, they were going for Donald Trump by 19 points. And that is exactly why we lost. The reality is that we're going to have to play in spaces that we've never had to play and make sure that we're communicating in all ways. Unfortunately, we can't just rely on the mainstream media to get our message across.
How about playing in spaces and places like common sense, results, non-racial driven messaging, and focusing on things like the economy instead of equity, or things like defending a border instead of defunding the police? It's just my 2 cents, though. Speaking of Kristen Welker and NBC Meet the Press, it took having Donald Trump on as a guest to hit a ratings high mark. Welker's interview with Trump scored 2.9 million viewers on Sunday, which was the largest audience for Kristen Welker in well over a year. It also garnered 2.3 million views on YouTube. So what have we learned today? Well, the left is the one that glorifies and tries to rationalize violence and find ways to justify it. The legacy media is now the fringe, and the Democrats are in disarray until they can come to accept what they refuse to accept. and they are out of touch, and their policies and their messages do not work. But the benefactors, common sense American citizens, and the Republican Party. And that's just fine with me. And that's the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Uncover true luxury this holiday season in a Range Rover, Discovery, or Defender SUV. I've driven that Defender. My God, what a tank that is. Find the model that's perfect for you with their latest special offers. Visit Land Rover, Westchester, or Willow Grove, or how about Wilmington, Delaware, if you would like a personalized test drive. 855-839-1210. We'll come back and we will delve into a local story on the health front with a Bucks County man who is going to court. Wait till you hear the details of this story. We're back after this on Kayal and Company. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because the days are coming to an end. 30-day free trial. It's about ready to expire, but you still have time to take advantage of their 3-in-1 Privacy Pro subscription-based package, absolutely free for an entire month. All you have to do is go to duckduckgo.com/1210. We're talking about that VPN. We're talking about the identity theft restoration. But the feature that I love the most, personal information removal. And it is unbelievable. As soon as you activate, you can track how many sites that your information is on and the status of that removal and all of the removals. I signed up over 8 weeks ago, and I was blown away. And I knew my information was out there. I wasn't naive to think that my information didn't exist on the internet, but it was out there in over 52 different places. And they were able to eliminate, now I checked last night, 41 of the 52. And they're not stopping. And you can track it as you go. And we are offering you 30 days absolutely free for our listeners. But you have to go to duckduckgo.com/1210. Do it today. Thank us later. Hey, it's your personal information, credit cards, social security numbers, addresses. You don't want that out there. Not in this day and age. Not with people like Luigi running around this planet, right? Do it today. duckduckgo.com/1210.
Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA. I have Nick Kayal's Big Take on the brain. NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on all the action from the opening tip. You can bet on things like who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, and so much more. And best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won. Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to claim your first Friday profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, present in PA. Opt-in required, max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus boost. They always read these. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. It's Friday. It's Friday, people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The secret to savings is out. One place, 2 words.
More money!
Starting at just $3.99, you can find something for everyone in your family and on your list. Make it easy for yourself. Grab gifts that are already in a box. If you're looking for serious savings and style, grab Adidas, Champion, Puma, Reebok, Converse. The list goes on and on. Quick, affordable gifts for the whole fam for under $10.
More money!
You can put a bow on these brands and won't break the bank.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Thank you for calling Penny, Pennsylvania's health insurance marketplace. How can I help?
Hi. So I was on penny.com. I know it's open enrollment for health coverage, but I'm worried about the cost and free preventative care.
Don't worry. Penny gets you the lowest cost on high-quality health coverage.
Oh, awesome. Let's get started.
Just need a little... You're worth protecting. Enroll by December 15th at penny.com. That's PENNIE.com. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is a commercial for California Psychics, America's most trusted psychic network. So, if you're waiting for a sign, this is it. No, really, this is it. You won't see your soulmate's face in the clouds or your career path mapped out in your cappuccino foam. This really is it. We could add some dramatic sound effects if you'd like. So what you waiting for? Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard.
All the small things, true care, truth brings.
639, Kayal and Company. None of the small stuff, all the big things on this show. That's the way we roll. Sean Farish live at 8:30 from Tennessee. The cut sheet coming up at 7:45. Also, the big story yesterday that was coming out with this watchdog report on the FBI and their involvement with January 6th. We'll get to that. More Luigi Love Fest on the way. But, we have been talking a lot about health, right? And a few weeks ago, it was a lot of the food stuff, the Bobby Kennedy stuff, MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. For the last 9 days, we've been talking about health from the perspective of the healthcare industry with the murder of Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, at allegedly the hands of Luigi Mangione. But a local story here out of Philly Voice from Courtney Harris Bond. And I just wanted to read a couple of the excerpts here. And I actually just got this before the show, and I think this is fascinating, and I think I'm probably going to be in the minority here with my opinion, and I'll give you my takeaway in a second. But the headline reads, Bucks County man with diabetes sues 11 major companies for marketing addictive, ultra-processed foods to kids. Coca-Cola, Kraft Heinz, and other manufacturers use tactics similar to big tobacco to lure children to unhealthy products, lawsuit claims. And Courtney writes the following in Philly Voice. A Bucks County man is suing Kraft Heinz, Coca-Cola, and other major food manufacturers, claiming they intentionally design and market ultra-processed foods to be addictive to children. The lawsuit filed Tuesday in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas claims that Bryce Martinez, 18, of Warrington, was diagnosed at 16 with type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease after a history of consuming bagel bites, Swedish fish, honeycomb cereal, Gatorade, Tostitos, and other ultra-processed food products. They go on to claim in the lawsuit that the food manufacturers engaged in, quote, predatory marketing and failed to warn of potential health dangers of eating highly processed foods. Research, as we know, has linked them to obesity, cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, and other chronic conditions. The 11 companies named in the lawsuit also include Pepsi, General Mills, Nestle, Kellogg's, Mars, ConAgra, and other food companies. They say the following: ultra-processed foods are clever manipulations of mostly unhealthy ingredients to appeal to common cravings. Tasty by design, but it's all a trick, says Dr. Stephen DeVries. He's a cardiologist. So here's my takeaway on this. And maybe, and Dawn, I'm sure with a child with diabetes, you might push back or completely disagree. And I think that's why this will be a great conversation. I think we need better parents of minors to be aware of what your child is eating, or not to buy those things at the grocery store and bend the knee to little Johnny. I want sugar. No, you're going to eat a celery stick. I think we need then, obviously, once you become of age, we need informed adults. To me, here's the way I've always viewed this stuff, whether it's food, whether it's cigarettes, whether it's alcohol. I would actually, in this case, I've read 5 paragraphs of this case, so I'm not highly versed in this, but I think I have the general gist here. I would rule against this suit as the judge because I look at it this way. There are risks and rewards for what you do in life. And I always come back to personal responsibility and accountability. And when you're an adult, it's on you in life, okay? And when you're a minor, you can't make those decisions, whether it's getting a tattoo, whether it's chopping off your genitals and changing genders, or eating cereal versus eating a healthy breakfast. I look at this as self-caused, self-induced, and much like reparations for black people in 2024, I'm not interested in your faux victimhood. I would toss this. And I know there's been cases in the past with big tobacco and alcohol and like if you're going to eat McDonald's and then try to sue McDonald's because you ended up sick, that's a you problem. You chose McDonald's. McDonald's didn't choose you. That's the way I look at this case right off the top. I could be completely off base and in the minority here, but I'm curious to know what you guys think. And I know, Dawn, you have a son with diabetes, so maybe you're ready to throw me through a glass-plated window, which I will gladly jump face for you.
No, I'm glad for the opportunity to say once again that I wish type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes were not called diabetes, one or the other.
Yeah.
In other words, type 1 diabetes, which, Michael, we have no family history. It is a deadly autoimmune disease that is incurable. If you don't have insulin and the proper medication, you die. That's it. You go into ketosis, into a coma. You could be dead in a couple weeks or even, depending on people, but you're dead.
And
that's type 1 diabetes.
And the medicine is not enough. You have to also eat a healthy diet on top of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you constantly regulate it because it's deadly.
Yep.
And so type 1 diabetes, very different from this teenager who, thank God, has type 2 diabetes, which is curable, treatable. You can through medication as well as through your diet, you
and
can
exercise.
actually and exercise. You can actually go into full remission.
Yeah,
100%.
And there are many manifestations in between type 1 and type 2, and that's the crazy. There's some hereditary forms, so that's a whole conversation in and of itself. But I just want to clarify that.
Yeah.
So the good news for this kid is if this kid gets the right diet, then this kid will make a full recovery, and that's the blessing.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, first of all, the term ultra-processed foods, UPF, from what I understand from this suit, There is no legal definition. In other words, the first reason I was glad to see this, and I think our friend Linda Stein from Delaware Valley Journal, might have been the first one to write about this. So I apologize, I didn't report about it before. It came out earlier this week. But the good news of this is this suit will force court records and people in the court, the lawyers, to enter into the record the definition of ultra processed foods and chemically modified foods. That doesn't exist in our laws right now, to my knowledge, because I was searching for that, and that's a big deal. And that's something that the Trump administration, needs to define.
Mm-hmm.
What are these things, and then legislate to make sure that if these are poison within our food, then what are you going to do about it?
Mm-hmm.
And so, to your argument, Nick. Okay, let's take cigarettes. There are warnings on cigarettes. There's warning on booze, right? And you don't allow cigarettes or alcohol or marijuana or whatever for minors. And there are warning labels at this, blah, blah, blah. We all know the warning labels, Surgeon General. So in this case, if these things are proven to cause ill effects and they're addictive, and we know that sugar, especially high fructose corn syrup, is as addictive as crack. Crack cocaine, right? So if you know that it's addictive, if you know it's unhealthy, put a label on it and put an age limit on it.
So, I don't know if I agree with the age limit, but I'm totally fine with any warning. I'm totally fine with any type of sticker or a message that says, just so you know, and again, you're not going to get diabetes if you eat Swedish fish, 3 times a year. It's these people that just only consume pure garbage that end up in this spot, in most cases.
He should sue his parents, to be honest with you, because I'm with you. I'm with Dawn that I believe that there should be some sort of, there needs to be, I don't know about warning labels, but there needs to be more awareness and knowledge of this. His parents, they have to have known that when they're buying Tostitos and Swedish fish and the goldfish, the orange gold, that it's not healthy.
And bagel bites.
And if your kid is living on those things, then maybe say, hey, little Johnny, alter your diet a little bit.
I tell my daughter that every time because and this hits home with me. My daughter Mia loves a toasted bagel with cream cheese for breakfast. That's her go-to. And I tell her, you're not eating that 5 days a week.
The one problem, I will say this, and Dawn brought this up, which is a great point, the one problem with the alcohol and cigarette, lobby back in the day, alcohol lobby came right out and was like, you know what? If you drink too much, you might die. Or there's a lot of bad things that can happen from drinking. Cigarette lobby, on the other hand, came out and was like, no, these things are great for you. It wasn't until years later that there was a warning on the box that said, by the way, this could cause lung cancer.
Remember the advertising, the Marlboro Man and Camel Joe?
If the cigarette lobby came out as soon as cigarettes came out and be like, yeah, you know what? There's a good possibility that if you, these are addictive, and if you smoke, you could die. You could get lung cancer. You get this. You can get that and the other. There would be no problem. Nobody could sue them then. That's why nobody sues, a Stoli vodka, because there's warning labels on it. So I think that they could. I think this is like a first in the country lawsuit against, these big food manufacturers. And there might be merit because they don't have warning labels on it.
And moderation, to me, is the key to life. Nobody's saying you can't indulge from time to time and eat a pizza or have a martini or, eat some Swedish fish when you're on the run and you need a little sugar boost. But some of these people that just are, and that's the scary part to me, Dawn, is we have a parenting problem in this world. Giving your kid an iPad and a bag of Funyuns and saying, get out of my face, that's not parenting.
But here's what's interesting. Swedish fish, because I thought that was a healthier one because it's made in Sweden. I remember my brother.
It's red. How can it be?
It's a different recipe. That's my point.
Okay, sorry.
In Sweden, it's a much different recipe. They use real sugar. They don't have the dyes. But I'm just looking this up. And the American version of the Swedish fish, the Swedish recipe is different from the American one.
Of course it is.
Because the white mineral oil is banned in Europe, the food dyes are banned in Europe, the glucose syrup and the starch and all is all banned in their country.
Yep.
So this is once again, you have the same kids in that you could take. It would be very interesting actually to do a study and like show the kids in Sweden and Europe, and they're eating the same foods as the American kids.
Probably skinnier, have a better attention span, and they're probably not on medication.
Does it say how old this individual is now?
Oh.
He's 18. He was diagnosed at 16. The kid name now, well, he's an adult now. Bryce Martinez, 18. Diagnosed with type 2 at 16. We just go ahead.
I just can't believe that a lawsuit like this would be allowed. You know what I mean?
That's
like,
my thing.
It's ridiculous. It's
Everybody's
absolutely
looking
ridiculous.
for a payday.
Well, the lawsuit says that he's a victim as a kid of predatory profiteering. And so they're saying that they marketed, so they're looking at the marketing. So they're saying that they marketed to children
for God's
particular.
sake. Yeah, and it takes the parents to say, hey, you know what? Maybe not Swedish fish for dinner.
Perfect example of dinner last night.
Eat a steak.
My daughters both had dance at the same time on a Thursday night. And my wife, she came up to me yesterday and she goes, hey, you want to do something good for charity? I said, not really. I'm doing the Andy Chan thing next week. She goes, why don't we donate plasma for a cause? She's like, by the way, we'll get paid for it. I was like, all right. So we went down to this plasma place. So we dropped our daughters off at dance together. So we had to do dinner on the fly. And my daughters were saying, let's stop at McDonald's. And I said, how about California rolls instead? And we wrote, now granted, I ran into Giant and got the California rolls, so not the best sushi, but, still a lot healthier than McDonald's.
Absolutely.
I'm like, no, we're not doing chicken nuggets and a Big Mac before you're going to be on the dance stage in your studio for the next 2 hours.
Yep.
Absolutely not.
You know who has one of the highest life expectancies? Japanese people.
Yes.
You know why? Because they don't. Yeah. And yes.
Fish and seaweed.
They don't eat the crap that we do. Look at the life expectancy for some of these other countries, and figure out what they're doing.
Yeah.
And we're not with being 65 in life expectancy.
The only fat Asian people I ever see are sumo wrestlers. Other than that, they're all svelte. They're like the 32 waist. It's unbelievable.
He names specifically this teenager in this lawsuit. The lawyer names Hot Pockets.
Well,
Pepsi, Minute Maid, Slim Jims, Chex, Honey Bunches of Oats, and Bagel Bites and Sour Patch Kids.
By the way, guys, it's all stuff that we all ate as kids.
Yeah.
And we just didn't overindulge in it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like, I get it. Like the older you get, the more you realize, hey, you know what? That's probably not the best stuff for me. And maybe at some point, this kid, he's not a kid anymore, will realize that, hey, you know what? It was my fault. It was my parents' fault. Like they're doing a job by putting a product out there.
Yeah.
You don't have to buy that product.
Sugar's the devil, man. I'm telling you,
sugar lobby, that damn sugar lobby came out, and they were like, yeah, no, it's meat.
Yep.
That's what's bad for you. It's carbs. That's what's bad for you. Sugar's great for you. And we all okay. Oh, we bought it. Like, you should really do some reading into not you, but people should really do some reading into how much money the sugar lobby spent on studies, quote unquote studies, that said, no, sugar's not bad for you.
Yeah.
It's great for you.
I'm glad that I am not a super sweet tooth type guy. I'm not really into the sugary stuff.
The problem is that sugar's in everything.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's in everything. It doesn't.
But it's not just sugar.
Yeah,
it's it's corn syrup or high fructose corn syrup.
Yep.
Agreed.
I mean, I'm into I like carbs. So I'm a pizza, pasta type of guy. So that's obviously turns into sugar, especially if you're laying around after eating it and you're not exercising. Luckily, I've always been a guy. I'm like Trump. I have an addiction to salt. I like salty, spicy, and probably sour. I'm not a big sugar guy. Like I don't do cakes. I don't do ice creams.
Yep.
Occasionally, I do a donut. A donut's
way.
my guilty pleasure. But that's like once a month. So, and also too with our drinks. I mean, I drink, and we all drink coffee on this show. Which, by the way, studyfinds.org. We won't have time for it because we're way behind as usual, but that's great because we had great conversation. Studyfinds.org with a new study out that says if you are a daily coffee consumer, and by coffee I mean somebody that drinks coffee, not like 50 shots of sugar and cream and you're basically eating a liquefied Snickers bar, but if you drink like coffee with almond milk or healthy on the daily, your life expectancy on average is 2 years longer than those who don't. So this show could actually live for a long time.
Yeah.
Because we run on coffee.
Road Warrior brings up a good point, Nick. Kayal, booze is loaded with sugar.
I don't put anything in my booze. I drink it straight, brother.
No, it's in the booze.
In the booze. I know. I ditched the cranberry. I just drink the vodka straight.
Oh, yeah, that's way healthier for you.
Damn right. 855-839-1210. A lot of calls. We have some doctors on the line as well. We'll get to your phone calls on the other side. Let the medical experts correct us where we might be wrong.
Stay there.
And we'll get to some news after that from Dawn as the 7 o'clock hour is approaching.
6 o'clock hour brought to you by Winter Ford. The Winter Ford Cherry Hill Get Ready holiday sales event is here. See Dino Rucci. Have you seen Dino yet? Go see Dino and his team for discounts and rebates of up to $10,000 on new Fords. Call 800-428-4000 for details. Check your savings at winnerford.com. Winner, W-I-N-N-E-R, Ford.com. Do it now.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Should GLP-1 weight loss medication like Wegovy and Zepbound cost hundreds of dollars? We don't think so. TryLifeMD.com helps provide insurance access to the leading GLP-1 medications. Visit TryLifeMD.com and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get started right now and check your eligibility for GLP-1 medication with copays as low as $0 at TryLifeMD.com. That's TryLifeMD.com.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Venaria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Venaria is and has been my dentist also. And, doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to him, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Venaria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Venaria's office does everything. Dr. Venaria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit venariadental.com.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, it's good for everyone to know you have the technology and the people to help. Like John, that guy is an artisan of teeth.
Having the expertise or the knowledge, having this equipment added to that just allows me to get those consistent, efficient results, and it builds up your confidence in my abilities. Having somebody like John, who's been in this business for decades, is a big help. He's able to come in using this equipment, and he helps me build the case as I'm actually doing the work. And that is unbelievably second to none for that, because that is a benefit I'm blessed with, to have that ability to have that lab here.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It is Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour number 2, whatever you want to call it. By the way, that's such a hokey, hacky radio thing from like back in the day. Hour number 2 of the program.
Well, they do that because the syndication.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you can't say 704 because
right.
it might be 604 somewhere else. If you know what I mean.
I had an old radio boss that once told me, "Stop telling people what hour of the program it is. They don't care. They're changing the channel every 3 minutes. Just get to content."
God, I detest.
Blow my head off.
I detest program directors.
So do I. I'm more of a brand manager kind of guy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Much more nice title.
Thank you.
Program director. Program this. All right, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. Sean Farish at 8:30. We'll get to Dawn's news here coming up in a moment. I do want to get to these calls before the news, and for those that are just tuning in, we had a good conversation for about the last 15, 20 minutes of the 6 o'clock hour. Health-based, this story coming out from Philly Voice, a Bucks County man with diabetes is suing 11 major companies for marketing addictive, ultra-processed food to kids. And this is in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas. Bryce Martinez, 18 of Warrington, who was diagnosed at 16 with type 2 diabetes after, and also a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease after years of consuming bagel bites, Swedish fish, honeycomb cereal, Gatorade, Tostitos, and every other thing that is advertised on Super Bowl Sunday. And now he has ended up with all sorts of health issues. My stance on it I would toss it. I'd have no tolerance for this as a judge. No paydays. Either as an adult, personal responsibility and accountability. If you're a minor, well, then it's on the parents. Parents have to do a better job. And if you guys want to jump in on that story, we've been talking about it for a little bit. You can do so. 855-839-1210. We've got people that want to jump in, whether they are in the medical profession or not. But let's start with the expert. Let's go to Dr. Craig. He is in Mullica Hill. He's got some firsthand knowledge on this. Dr. Craig, good morning. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, good morning, Nick, Dawn, and talented team over there at 1210. Hope everything is well. I just wanted to give you a good example historically. When you're talking about addictive substance and poisons, I mean, we talk about cigarettes, we talk about alcohol, now cannabis so that the government can collect tax money off of it, and food additives have been around for a long time, but nothing's ever been done really with those. The FDA really has lied down on the job on that one. But let's talk about cigarettes because, as it was mentioned, that they remain legal. They're regulated, which is one approach, but that makes them permanent, and the government collects taxes off of them. And we all know when a government program collects taxes off something, it's never going away, despite it being one of the biggest killers in our society.
Sure.
The reverse of that would be kind of a libertarian approach, like the Wild West. Well, you can have anything you want. You can play with nitroglycerin. You just can't use much of it. And if you blow yourself up, you blow yourself up. So, it's a slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. And who makes the calls? And the calls that have been called over the last 100 years have been completely arbitrary for me. I mean, when the government in New Jersey said, hey, we need some more tax revenue, let's legalize cannabis. There are some people that want it. And boom, it's big business. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. It sort of seems like an all or nothing. And we started with nothing, prohibiting alcohol, which is a poison and toxin. And it is caloric. It does make you fat. It makes your liver fatty for sure.
Well, and also think about this, Craig. All of these vices that have an addictive nature that were once illegal becoming legalized. I mean, think about it from a gambling standpoint. Remember when sports betting and casinos were banned? It was only Atlantic City and Vegas. Now, all of a sudden, when the government can get their vig and their cut, we have casinos everywhere. We have FanDuel and DraftKings sports ads running 24/7.
You've got it on your phone.
Yeah.
You've got it on your phone in your hand. Yeah, 100%. Once the government can collect taxes off of it.
Yep.
But you're right. It's either, it seems like it's all or nothing. And we went from nothing 100 years ago, and we're headed quickly toward all with the government taking a cut. Yeah. And I'm hoping that in the next 4 years that we'll take some swipes at that cut.
Yeah, it's a good point. Dr. Craig, thank you very much. I think, too, and I might be wrong, but I think I'm right on this. Cigarettes, the cost of them, whether they're $8, $9, $10 a pack, it's almost entirely tax that drives the price up on those. I don't know that the cigarette companies, if it's $8.50 a pack, I think I read something years ago that it's like 88% in tax. What you're paying.
I haven't smoked in years.
Oh, you smoked?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, well, like back in the high school days?
Yeah, in the 90s. What does a pack of cigarettes cost?
Close to $10.
Is it?
Yeah.
Very expensive.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah,
crazy.
It's outrageous.
Yep.
855-839-1210. We'll continue on with your calls, but let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:09. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This Friday the 13th, 25 degrees, clear skies. Today we have a sponsor today, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, sponsoring our 7 a.m. news. A shootout in Philadelphia's Wissinoming section under investigation. One man is dead. The man who is accused of shooting him is cooperating fully along with witnesses. That's from police this morning in Philadelphia. They say they found a guy in his either late teens, early 20s, shot in the head outside the shops of Wissinoming, Harbison Ave, and Tulip Street in Philadelphia. Happened late last night, and that has kept police overnight into the wee hours of the morning. They're continuing to investigate this. They say that in the parking lot, there was some kind of a shootout that erupted, guns drawn, and at the end of the day, one young man or teenager ended up dead. The others, as far as the witnesses and the accused gunman, stayed on the scene, called police, fully cooperating. We don't know the motivation. They're trying to get to the bottom of that one. You know, we have the updates on Luigi Mangione, the accused killer of that brazen killing of 50-year-old CEO, United Healthcare Insurance CEO Brian Thompson. The latest here is that New York prosecutors are working to make sure that he gets extradited much more quickly. That indictment could happen any moment. So I know that even the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, speaking out about that late yesterday. But what's shocking about this is what's happening with regard to this GoFundMe. Checking this, this group of individuals have raised nearly $73,000 in his defense fund. Their goal is to raise $200,000, and this has left officials, law enforcement, as well as those in the prosecution team, saying that they are worried. They're fearful that this accused murderer will be turned into a martyr in the headlines.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what's happening. He's become a pop culture phenomenon. He's an internet sensation. People justifying his actions, adoring his looks. I've never seen anything like this. Not in my lifetime.
They're calling him a hot assassin. And it's a crowdfunding website, Give, Send, Go, created by a group calling itself the December 4th Legal Committee.
Unbelievable.
Referencing the day that Mr. Thompson was gunned down, shot repeatedly in his back.
The December 4th Legal Committee.
They need to find everybody who's donated to this and go and arrest them.
I was just going to ask you, what does it take to start a GoFundMe? Do you need proof
Nothing.
of the cause?
No.
No. So so here's my thought. Because I could use a little extra cash. I'm going to start a GoFundMe.
No, you're not.
I mean, if these
you're not allowed to.
If these people are dumb enough to donate to a murderer, my cause is way better.
Yeah.
Really? You people are $73,000?
Wait, what's your cause?
The liquor store. Like, really? These people give away their money. We live in a society of stupid people.
Yep.
Stupid.
Yep.
Which brings me to the next story. This was a story that made huge headlines and really destroyed the lives of several young men back in 2006. This is the woman at the center of that Duke University lacrosse rape case.
I remember that vividly.
Finally now admits she lied. She made the whole thing up, accusing these three young men of sexually assaulting her.
Yeah,
back in 2006.
20 years later.
We actually have the video.
Do we?
Crystal Magnum.
Yeah.
Mangum.
M-A-G-N-U-M.
Mangum, sorry.
From North Carolina.
Yeah.
By the way, she's in prison on murder charges.
Oh, so she's a killer and a liar.
Convicted of second-degree murder for stabbing her boyfriend with a kitchen knife.
She's a beauty. And when I say that, you have to see this video.
Yeah.
Oofa. She came to their frat house as like a stripper, right, or something.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody hired her as a stripper at a party.
If I would have seen her as a stripper, I would have head for Z Hills. Holy crap!
This was, 18 years ago.
I know, but still.
Was this the start of the Me Too movement? I forget when that started.
The Duke. I mean, this was
2006.
Rolling Stone, right? Wrote all about. All right, roll Crystal Magnum.
And I testified falsely against them by saying that they raped me when they didn't.
Yeah, ruined their effing lives.
And that was wrong.
Yeah, do you think?
And I betrayed the trust of a lot of other people who believed in me. And made up a story that wasn't true because I wanted validation from people and not from God. And that was wrong. And I hope that they can forgive me.
Yeah.
Well, a quarter of their life got wasted, but yeah. We'll let bygones be bygones. I'll bring you a holiday.
Yeah,
gift.
she found God now, so everybody will forgive her.
Yeah. Duke lacrosse players, the Bills punter, Trevor Bauer. Maybe we can stop the facade of just always believing the alleged victim. Maybe we let facts play out before we rush to judgment and let the legal process play out before we just assume because somebody's playing the victim that they are actually victims. Just a thought.
The coach was forced to resign. They were champion lacrosse on a champion lacrosse team. They ended up leaving Duke. They canceled the rest of the season for Duke, and DNA evidence failed to match any of the players on the team. And so, if you may remember, the public defender was making this a racial thing.
Of course.
The DA.
Yep.
White privilege.
Yes.
Duke lacrosse players.
White boys with their privilege.
Yeah.
Raping a poor minority woman who's just trying to get herself through life, having to strip.
Yep.
Oh God, the narrative on this was disgraceful.
Why identity politics is divisive and needs to go.
As I recall, the DA in that case, who was grandstanding and holding all those news conferences, he ended up, getting fired, essentially disbarred or what have you. The university ended up spending more than $100 million on legal fees, settlement costs, other expenses. And like I say, as far as the young men, I know that they sued and they received settlements, but their lives during that time obviously disrupted,
ruined.
So it was a devastating situation. And it's just, to your point, the DA was the one who needed to just wait for the evidence and not make it, and he made it racial.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Of course. Of course, that's what we do.
I know.
Play the race card. Even if it doesn't fit any narrative, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
And this was before
it's ruined people's lives.
The run of corrupt DAs started becoming a thing. This was almost 20 years ago.
Yeah, 18. So we've talked about the Biden administration brushing off the real mystery, I guess, of New Jersey drones, and as well, these drones have been seen across the Pennsylvania, across our region, Philadelphia region. Top lawmakers across our region, as well as New York, New Jersey, they are all demanding a federal briefing. Some demanding that these things get shot down. This continues to make headlines this morning. And there was they released a New Jersey Assemblywoman, Dawn Fantasia, I should point out. She had pointed out that they have had up to 180 sightings per night in areas of New Jersey.
Wow.
That this is not normal and this should not be brushed off.
180 a night?
A night. So that's
nothing to see here, everybody.
Yeah, nothing to see.
The White House. Kirby.
This is the most interest that anything has been drawn from the state of New Jersey in a long time. What is going on over there?
Don't we have F-15 pilots or something like that can go out and you know what I mean? I don't know.
Remember in Independence Day when they sent up the F-15s and they were trying to figure out what those little things that were hovering over the cities were?
Yeah.
And then they got nuked. Let me send them up. Where's the guy, by the way? It was the crop duster. Remember at the end he says, "I'm back." Love that guy. What was his? That was Russell. I forget. Anyway.
Oh yeah, the somebody on the YouTube chat, he has a really long handle, so I can't pronounce it. But Nifong was the DA, right, from the Duke lacrosse thing. Nifong.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yes, it was. And he was, I believe,
disbarred.
Disbarred, as I reported that he was disbarred. So, the mysterious drones in our region, though, this is making national news, as many people are saying that they'll become vigilantes. They'll take matters into their own hands. But senators and lawmakers from across the region, this is even as far as Texas, they're saying shoot these things down.
Yep.
So that one's going on as well. Other headlines this morning. We've talked a lot this week, so just a quick follow-up. This is the story of a lady named Bernadette Gaudio. She's a mom from the main line. She remains hospitalized in critical but stable condition this morning. She is able to speak with investigators, talking more about what happened the moment when armed men came into her home in the middle of the night. This was early Sunday morning. Bus broke into the home. Burglars, apparently, but she was shot. Her 25-year-old son, her youngest son, was home and was shot to death trying to protect her. His name's Andrew Gaudio. This remains under investigation, but we're learning more as far as they took one suspect into custody. He is facing murder charges in the murder of 25-year-old Andrew Gaudio and charges with shooting the mom, but they are still searching for this man considered armed and dangerous, 42-year-old Kelvin Roberts, somebody who had a long rap sheet and was wanted already. There were outstanding warrants for this guy's arrest.
Shocking.
So considered armed and dangerous, still out there on the loose.
That son's a hero, by the way. Mom, as you said in the first hour, was basically helpless in bed, and it's honestly a miracle that she survived.
And Nick, she survived, but she may never walk.
Yep.
I mean, she was shot. They shot her as she was laying there in bed. I mean, a defenseless lady. And so they
cowards.
Yeah, it's horrible. We had this big protest yesterday, as you know. Apparently, hundreds of people were mostly by car. From what I saw, there were people on the street, but a lot of people in their cars with signs in Center City trying to cause congestion to show you what it would be like if the Sixers get their way and if our mayor gets her way to have this Center City Market East arena in Philadelphia. So they were trying to create what it would look like, as that's their take on this, as they protest the 76ers proposed $1.3 billion arena. This on the same day, the Philadelphia City Council cleared the way preliminarily, but cleared the way for the project to move ahead. They still need to have a critical vote, and that has been delayed multiple times. Looks like that may happen next Thursday.
Is there any doubt that this is going to be, at least from as we approach 1 year of the Sherelle Parker era, this is her pet peeve, this is her toy, this is her project. Like this if she only serves one term or multiple terms, like this is what she wants to be remembered for.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the things that Sherelle Parker can be doing, has done, is expected to do, hopes to accomplish in year 2, year 3, year 4, whatever it might be. Seems to me like the Sixers Arena project is the thing that people are talking about the most as far as what like her agenda is. And I'm not saying that's good, bad, indifferent, but it just seems like right at the top of the list if you say the Sherelle Parker era, Center City Arena.
Yeah, because it will infuse at least $1.3 billion in, and this, by all reports, City Council, everybody says, all the developers say, everything that's come out publicly, this is not a tax dollar funded project in any way. And so what they say, it creates jobs and it infuses money and rehabs our city, especially after the pandemic shutdowns.
Yep. There you go.
So there's the latest on that one. Speaking of prices going up, Pico customers, that's me, I don't know about you, yeah, rates going up again. So the PUC, the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission, approving rate changes that Pico requested. We had seen a report, a study that said we in Pennsylvania pay at least 45% more in our energy costs than the rest of the country. So these prices are going up. So if you use electric customers, Pico, who use 700 kilowatt hours per month, you will see your bills increase. They're saying on average $14 a month. Depends on how much power you use.
Mm-hmm.
But they wanted to raise those rates even more. They wanted to raise the bills, let's say on average $16.50 per month.
Speaking of 14 and rates going up, also for those out there who have YouTube TV just bumped their prices 14% starting in January. You're going to go from paying $72 a month to $83 a month.
That's huge.
Still much cheaper than the big cable providers, but I think according to the story I read, YouTube TV's cost went from like $35, $40 a month 5 years ago, now up to $83 a month. Yeah.
Hopefully these prices with a new year and a new administration, we'll see what happens with these rates. But do you
think Trump's going to bring down YouTube TV?
No. He already said yesterday, by the way, he's being roasted for his backpedaling of the grocery prices.
Yeah.
Did you hear him say it's going to be very difficult to lower grocery prices?
Shocking.
Well, the way you lower everything is you lower the energy costs.
That's right.
And we know he's working on that.
Yep.
So, that's the big one. If you lower the delivery costs, essentially, and all the energy costs, then everything should go down. The reason that they have to raise these Pico rates is because everything, including energy, is more expensive.
Yep.
So there it is.
I was yelling at my daughters last night. They turned the light off.
Yeah, so it looks like they the charges for delivering power to homes and businesses, they wanted to raise these by 12.3%. It's going to go over 10% instead of 12. That's the headline. But remember, they've been going up every year.
All right, we have
That's
to
your
break.
Pico. So we are sponsored this morning by Joseph Anthony Retreat. We do need a break, Greg
Thank you.
Stocker. And that's why you need Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. Secrets of finishing your holiday shopping, 3 locations. Glen Mills, Springfield, Center City, Lowe's Hotel. Visit in person or online, josephanthony.com, where gift cards are available, josephanthony.com. Kayal & Co. News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. The cut sheet is coming up at 7:45. Sean Farish at 8:30. But first, a word from our friends at the Piazza Auto Group, as we are just a few days away from ending their great donation bin. If you know a friend, a family member, or if you want to help a child out in need for the holidays, stop by any of the Piazza Auto Group dealership locations and donate an unwrapped gift to a child. Any of the Piazza locations, they're all over the Delaware Valley. You know where to go. You know the locations. You know the dealerships. Do something for somebody else, and they're glad to help you if you show up with a donation, should you be in the market or the need for any automotive service or a vehicle. Do it today. Check out any of the locations if you don't know where they are. PiazzaAutoGroup.com, and they're very grateful for your charity, your generosity, your donations, and they wish you a happy holiday.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-291-1305. That's 800-291-1305. 800-291-1305.
Looking for that unique gift or hard-to-find collectible? Look no further than Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys. Nicholas Smith has over 60,000 items for you to shop at both nicholassmithtrains.com and nicholassmithtoys.com. But come into the store on Westchester Pike Broomall and get lost in old and new technology. Pretend play, RC and slot cars, Western play, Madame Alexander dolls, mechanical robots, superhero action figures, Playmobil, Lego, Disney, and much, much more. Right off the Blue Route, visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday or any day.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code NICK at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. OmahaSteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. OmahaSteaks.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
How can you see into my eyes like open doors, leading you down into my core, where I become so numb.
7:31. A little Evanescence as we come back. What could it mean? What is Greg Stocker implying? Phil Almquist could answer the riddle in about 2 hours and 15 minutes with a Friday edition of Today in Music History. Look at that. I just walked it right up to the post. They need me down the hall at any of the music stations. I can do it. I can do it all, folks. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet 745. Sean Ferris will join us live from Tennessee at 8:30. Also reports now as far as the drones go. I just saw on the Fox Morning Show, car-sized drones spotted off the coast of Southern California.
Uh-oh.
So we have seen some stories. There's been a few of them in California. Most of them, obviously, in Jersey, some in Pennsylvania. Of course, we had our guy that shot one down from Walmart in Florida and then told the cop, yeah, I shot it down. I'm not going to lie to you, officer. Take me away. Is that a felony? Actually, it is, sir. Yes. I need to read you your Miranda rights. But now we have them in California. Be interesting if they hovered above Gavin Newsom's house and they were like, you know what? Let's get the hell out of here. Let's just leave. Nothing interesting going on here. 855-839-1210. Let me grab a call. Steve is in Norristown. I think he wants to jump in on our conversation we were having with food earlier. Steve, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Yeah, all the blame that you put on the parents, I think there's a big point to be made that these food companies have been lobbying and pushing a lot of this food in public schools and school lunch programs. Like Kraft Heinz was giving Lunchables to kids, and they're actually teaching kids in health class, don't food shame your classmates. It's okay to eat cupcakes, and there's no such thing as junk food. So they have food lobbyists pushing the Department of Education and schools to actually train kids to eat this food. So, you know, what can a parent do when they're busy and they're being told, hey, we'll feed your kid breakfast and lunch? And they pulled the Lunchables not long after a big podcast had a couple doctors on saying, hey, you know, these school lunch programs are going to lead to kids being on Ozempic.
Well, here's the thing.
Wegovy.
Yeah. No, and by the way, wait till we find out the reports of the side effects. Thanks for the call, Steve.
Of Ozempic?
Of Ozempic and Wegovy. Everybody thinks that this is the magic elixir to losing your pot belly. Okay. We'll revisit that one in 2029. But to your story on the parents, I would say this. Well, the parents too busy? Too busy for the health of their child? Just listen to what the government says? Just listen to what the schools say? No, that's not good enough. And, yeah, I'm aware that some people can't afford. There was a stigma, and I don't know if you guys experienced this, Dawn, with your kids, or Greg, since we're about the same age. When we were in school, if you packed the lunch, there was this presumption that you were from a better, well-off family. And if you bought school lunch, it was because you were cheap and poor.
Mine was the other way. Yeah, mine was the other way. If you brought a bag lunch, you're like, what? Can't afford pizza on Friday, stalker? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Unless I'm misremembering, I always thought it was the other way around because you'd have like a really nice sandwich. You'd have a your whatever drink. You'd have like
No.
your cheese stick, your piece of fruit,
No.
a yogurt, some chips. Whereas a lot of kids too, by the way, in public schools, if you come from an unfortunate situation, the school lunch is provided for you. So it's like, well, you got to eat something, and if it's not good for you, well, mom and dad don't make enough money to buy you the stuff at the grocery store. There was a time I thought that Lunchables were relatively expensive, were they not? Now I think you can find them like 10 for 10, which, by the way, the Lunchable, have you ever felt the turkey or the ham in the Lunchable?
It's disgusting.
That can't be. There's no way that's edible.
It's disgusting. My son saw it in the grocery store a couple months ago because it had Super Mario Brothers on it, and he was like, "Oh, I need this."
Yep.
So I'm like, against my better judgment, I bought it. He took one bite of the turkey. He goes, "This is terrible."
It's
I'm
awful.
like, yes, it's awful. It's not food. I shouldn't have bought it for you. I gave it in a moment of weakness, but luckily he didn't even like it.
Oh, it's just painful.
Yeah.
Wow. So I don't know, Dawn. Did your boys? How did they do the whole lunch packing versus eating in school? I know that your boys attend an all boys school, so I don't know. What do they serve like?
Well, their grade school was Norwood Fontbonne Academy, which is a Catholic. It's run by the Sisters of St. Joseph, Catholic. So that one was boys and girls.
Okay. Decent food,
so
though?
that was K through 8.
Yeah.
And they had, it was Miss Annie's, this lady named Annie who's a sweetheart, and she, because it's a smaller school, had delicious, healthy lunches.
Really?
Yeah.
Well-
it was like home cooked. It was such a convenience.
And you get what you pay for,
And you
right?
fresh cut up, apples and strawberries, and it
Wow.
was really fantastic.
Okay. See, I went to school. It was Johnny Marzetti on Thursdays, the Bobo Elio's Square Pizza on Fridays, chicken patties, chicken nuggets, French fries, hoagies, and taco boats. That was the rotating menu of in the Easton Area School District.
That's funny.
Which probably led to diabetes and cardiovascular disease and all sorts of other stuff because a lot of it is processed garbage. So, yeah, very interesting. I love talking about the health angles. We'll see what Bobby Kennedy's able to do. And
But Nick, it's the marketing.
It
That's
is.
a piece of this particular lawsuit is about the marketing. And remember when there were the lawsuits with the Camel cigarettes?
Oh, of course.
And that was that big lawsuit.
That's right, because the
They
Camel
marketed to the children.
was for children.
Because
Nobody,
it was a cartoon.
It was a cartoon camel.
anybody looked at that Camel was like that like it was smoking a cigarette.
Yeah.
But it was a cartoon.
Oh, please.
And these companies, I'm telling you, the tobacco industry, there are all these laws written
Vulture
about that.
lawyers.
That you're not allowed to make these campaigns and market to children.
Yeah.
So I suspect that this lawsuit will get some traction because they were marketing to children and telling parents that these items were healthy.
If I'm the lawyer, though, for the food industries, my initial argument would be the parent needs to be the buffer, right? Okay, you're going to say we are trying to manipulate the Utes, and on the other side is the manipulatable, I don't know if that's a word, the Ute. But the parent needs to be the buffer and say, you know what, okay, you can have this, but we're going to do it in moderation, or you're not going to eat it at all. And I just don't know how you find a company liable for for lack of parenting in the targeted demographic that you're seeking to do business for.
Well, I know this is a Bucks County lawsuit.
Yeah.
If I'm the lawyer for the 16-year-old who's now 18, I'm trying to get it into Philadelphia because we are known as a lottery that pays everybody.
They say it's in the Philadelphia Court of Common Pleas.
Yes, so that's why they filed it. Philadelphia, we are like a broken, I shouldn't have said lottery, we're like a broken slot machine.
Right.
And we're famous nationwide
for paying
that.
out,
Yep,
yeah.
we pay out. So if I'm the companies involved, I'm moving to a settlement because I don't want the precedent in the court. I don't want any court record. I want to go right to a settlement, do a private settlement, say,
Great
hey,
point.
kid, we want to give you whatever, because that way you don't define all of these terms. You don't have all of this out there.
Mm-hmm. And it you're right, there's this precedent. And then we get a slippery slope of, are we really going to be living in a nation where every single item that could conceivably cause harm has to go through this sort of litigation and scrutiny?
Yes.
I don't want to live in that country. Well, yes.
Well, we've been in this country for 50 years. I mean, like that, ever since, people realized and lawyers realized that they can make a buck off of companies with big pockets, they do it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But the lawsuit specifically, here's the thing. if the lawsuit were just about, oh, this food is it illegal, they would say this food is perfectly legal.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the issue. The issue is, and there is precedent on the marketing and the labeling. That's what they're going to go. That's what, if you read it, that's what they're talking about.
There's also this portion to this story from the Philly Voice where it says a lot of the food scientists have not been able to come to agreement on what exactly is, an addictive. So they can come up with all these results from surveys and studies that says, wow, a glass of red wine a day is actually good for this, and coffee for this is good for that, and too much of this is bad. Yet we can't come to a consensus on this.
You have to be careful too when you hear these scientists talk about these studies. Who's paying for the studies?
Right.
You have to be very careful because, like I said earlier, the sugar lobby pay the corn. All of this they do because it's in their best interest, and then they can say, no, it's not our industry, it's that industry over there.
Right.
And then you get all these food. Like how long have we heard? It's like, well, too much red meat. If you eat too much red meat, it's bad for your cholesterol. It'll give you heart disease. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true.
I know. I mean, what would you think about it logically? Would you rather eat organic vegetables, or in this case, you're talking about beef? I would much rather eat, and obviously it's expensive these days, but I would much rather eat beef or anything that they say, well, too much of that will kill you, versus something in aisle 5. I always bring up my wife's uncle. And it's been talked about for years. The healthiest stuff is on the perimeter of the grocery store, and all the bad stuff is in the aisles. I mean, is he wrong?
No.
Seriously.
No, he's not wrong.
I walk into my local Giant in Bluebell. Right to the right, there's the produce aisle. I whip around the back, there's the deli, then the seafood, then the beef and chicken butcher. And then you get to the milk and the cheese, and you wrap back around to the breads, and then you come back up to the checkout. But you go down all these aisles, and the amount of garbage that we just – and honestly, I would say this as far as the health thing. It's really remarkable that the average lifespan is 74, 76, whatever it is in this country. Honestly, everybody should be dropping dead like the men in my family do at 61.
It's funny, too, because if you remember, somebody on the YouTube chat brought up, eggs and butter and all that stuff. Eggs and butter are not bad for you. It was this time period where we were like, eggs and butter are going to kill you. Here, have margarine.
Yeah, so says Lipitor.
You know what I mean? It's all these fake studies that have come out by these big groups that are lobbying to get their stuff on the shelves and make their stuff more popular. So everybody's like, we can't eat butter. We have to eat margarine.
But within the framework
which is not
eggs,
natural.
It's also better to eat the egg whites, right?
It's actually not.
Really?
It's actually not. No.
Because I actually love the egg whites better.
The yolk has the good nutrients, the good cholesterol. Yeah, if you're trying to cut weight.
Yeah.
Egg whites are probably better for you, but naturally, making you healthier, the whole egg.
Yeah.
Hard-boiled egg is
fantastic
for you.
No carbs.
It's a natural food. It's and we got to this point where everybody was like, no, eggs are bad for you. Eggs don't eat too many eggs. Don't eat too many eggs.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be very skeptical of these studies that come out that says this is bad for you now, and this is just do your research. That's all I'm saying.
What a time to be alive. 855-839-1210, the phone number. Sean Farish at 8:30, the cut sheet coming up on the other side. And lastly, on the health front, too, because, you've got Bobby Kennedy, and he obviously has a lot of initiatives that I'm on board with when it comes to, the food industry and the health industry. This is going to be, and I think I've said this when we were talking about Trump's appointments and nominations, of all the people that are going to face pushback, like Tom Homan's got to deal with some of these Democrat governors with deporting illegals in big cities. I don't know that anybody's going to face more pushback. And Trump's got to deal with the economy. You drill, hopefully you get energy prices down, which gets food down, right? The border, you can do executive actions. I think these are things that we should have some pretty quick success in, not in days, not in weeks, but in a handful of months. Nobody's going to face more pushback than Bobby Kennedy. If you think about all of the people that are going to be impacted with their bottom line financially, does anybody have more power at their disposal and more resources to fight against the Trump agenda than the food lobbyists? Think about that, right? We talked about the Department of Education and how Trump wants to send it back to the states and how that's a long shot. It's probably like a 10% chance that can ever happen. I would argue that what Bobby Kennedy is about to step into and face with all the bureaucrats and lobbyists in D.C. is going to dwarf anything, right? Like we talk about the pushback with nominations with Gates and now with Hegseth. On down the list, if you think about anything with this Trump team for the second term and the pushback from media, from Democrats, from rhino Republicans, I don't think anything will top the challenges that Kennedy faces. Do you guys think is there anything out there that will be more difficult to overcome? Because this, like,
Tulsi Gabbard.
Oh, I think Tulsi's got a much better chance of
No, I don't.
getting in.
I don't.
Really?
I don't.
Nope, she's the one.
I said this. You're right, Nick, Kayal. You're correct that there's a lot of lobbyists and a lot of people who are going to get who've gotten super rich over the last 50 years
Because
that
it's
are not
food,
gonna, yes,
it's pharma, it's
agreed.
ag. It's not just one thing.
But the one thing Tulsi Gabbard has that scares the living ass out of everybody is she knows where the bodies are buried, quote unquote. And the military-industrial complex, far more powerful than the food lobby. Far more powerful.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking globally. I was thinking domestically, but that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, RFK Jr. has some weird bipartisan support. Tulsi doesn't. She doesn't. She's like, because there are war hawks in both the Democrat and Republican Party that do not want her in there. And look, I'm not sitting here waving the Tulsi Gabbard flag.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that if you're asking me who I think is going to have the hardest time getting through,
Interesting.
I think it's going to be her. Pete Hegseth too. I think. Although Fetterman, did you see Fetterman?
He's been very based lately.
He's
hard, yes, right?
Yeah. Well,
first one to meet with Pete Hegseth.
yes, and we have an interview coming up with him where he was just like, I don't know why everybody's so weird about me meeting with him.
I know.
You know what I mean?
He's just a wang.
He's on Truth Social.
Yeah. Fetterman is on Truth, yes.
He did his first Truth.
It's unbelievable.
And by the way, all these Fetterman things that we like Republicans point out, and like, oh, it's the revelations of Fetterman, and then I get the occasional people. You do realize he's full of crap. He's still a progressive. Like, I get it. I'm being tongue in cheek when I say Fetterman's going to be on the Republican ticket in 2032. But it's fascinating to see how level-headed he is on some issues where other Democrats kick and scream, and Fetterman's like, who is this jerk off over here? You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, God forbid if you acknowledge a Democrat that is on board with a Republican. Oh, my God, Nick, don't do that.
I got to tell you guys, too, growing up when I did, the progressive mindset used to be the John Fettermans, the Bill Maher's, the that Joe Rogan. Like, that used to be the progressive mindset. Mm-hmm. It's changed a lot. So, like, it's not that Fetterman has changed. He's just tapping into that old school liberal mindset that was around when I was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Weaponizing the judiciary for blatant partisan gain diminishes the collective faith in our institutions and sows further division. And so he, in his first Truth, it was Tuesday night. I reported it Wednesday morning. Maybe I didn't report. Maybe I did it like at 10 or something.
Oh, you saved it for. I see what you did.
I swear to God, I didn't. I didn't see it Tuesday night.
You need to save things for.
But I go both ways. I can. But he was suggesting that Trump and Hunter Biden, should both be pardoned.
Yep.
So he was defending the president, Biden's pardoning of his son, but saying Biden should also pardon Trump. That was his first, and he's the first Democrat to go on Truth Social.
He's just a wang.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Manu Raj, we'll play it for you in a couple minutes. I'll play it first coming out of the cut sheet. Manu Raj, who interviewed him, and he was like, he just went off. He's like, I don't know. I'm going to talk to the guy. I don't know all these, like, he basically said, I don't know who he is. You know what I mean? Like all these news stories, I'm not following. Right. I want to just talk to the guy, look at him face to face, have a conversation with him, and be done. And Pete Hegseth, after their meeting, was basically like, he's a great guy. He's completely reasonable. Yeah, we don't see eye to eye on everything, but, like, who cares?
Imagine that. Two politicians on different sides of the aisle, not actually hating each other as much as we are told to believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Fetterman
Good night, everybody.
Fetterman, first Democrat to meet with Hegseth, but he says he's not ruling anything out. He didn't say, "Oh, I'm not going to vote for him," or anything of that nature.
Like Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins have.
Yeah. Let's be honest, Fetterman.
Joni Ernst.
Fetterman was like,
Joni Ernst hasn't said.
I mean, Joni Ernst. Do we really think that she's not getting?
Girlfriend's going to get primaried.
So is
She knows.
Sean.
Dawn, girlfriend's gonna get
Sean.
primary.
Sean Farish was on.
Better watch out.
Yep.
You better not shout.
Was on X last night saying Murkowski needs to be primary too.
Wow.
So
Oh, Sean Farish was on X last night? I did not know. 855-839-1210. Yep.
Better not cross Trump. I'm telling you why.
Speaking of singing, Sean's got a holiday song.
Yep.
He's going to give us a classic coming up in 40 minutes. The cut sheet is up next as we continue live on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this.
Oh, wait, hang on. Dawn, tell us about conservative
Yes,
tours.
I'm singing
Thank you.
about Italia. Oh my gosh. You know that I fell in love again with Italy on our last trip, conservative tours, and I do know why Italy, if you look at all the research on it, Italy is the most revisited country in the entire world. I hope you join me next spring on the Italian Riviera. And yes, this is our big gift, and we did this last year too. This is our big gift to each other, not just Larry and I, but to Michael and David. They're coming too, so the four of us going to Italia, northern Italy this time. Yes, Lorenzo and Romina, they're going to be back with us. They're the best. And Conservative Tours crafting this incredible itinerary that's sure to enchant us. Tuscany, the Riviera, the northern Italian lakes region, Cinque Terre, and dining events you're going to write home about. $53.78. That includes your airfare. Yes, it does. $53.78. Pisa, Michelangelo's Florence, the fashion capital of Milan. Call toll free of a couple of spots left here from what I'm hearing from Ken Chase. 888-733-9494. 888-733-9494. You can always just go to conservativetours.com. Luxury hotels, a Mercedes coach, and a tour leader who is absolutely the very best. That's Conservative Tours in Italy. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Charming Siena, home to Il Palio, the medieval Manhattan, San Gimignano, Medina, Lake Como, Vernaggia. I could go on and on. I hope you join me next spring in Italy. Go to conservativetours.com before it's too late because this is almost 100% booked up. I'll see you in Portofino, conservativetours.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Every Friday night, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is giving all customers a bigger payout on select NBA first bets. First bets let you get in on the action from the opening tip. It's really an amazing feature, honestly. It's so cool. When the Sixers have a terrible season, are having a terrible season, it makes watching the games a lot more interesting because you can bet on them as they're happening. You can bet on who will score the first basket, which team will be the first to 15 points, and so much more. And then you can turn it off as soon as the Sixers start losing. Best of all, you don't have to wait the whole game to see if you won, see? Just look for Friday First in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. Visit FanDuel.com/Greg to claim your Friday First profit boost. Make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over. President PA, opt-in required, max wager amount applies. Bonus issue does not withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help. Through special IRS programs, you may qualify to have your tax debt settled for a fraction of what you owe. Tax Relief Helpers has helped thousands of taxpayers qualify for these generous relief programs, earning an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. No matter what amount you or your business owe to the IRS, call our Tax Relief Hotline now for a free consultation and see what savings you may qualify for. Don't tackle the IRS on your own, and don't risk having your wages, Social Security, even your pensions seized. Call now. Call 800-411-2215. That's 800-411-2215. 800-411-2215.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends from the Piazza Auto Group believe in giving back and supporting our local communities. This holiday season, Piazza is proud to partner with the Salvation Army to collect new toys for local children. Show your support by dropping off an unwrapped toy in the collection bin at your local Piazza dealership through December 16th. And while there, the Piazza staff will be happy to assist you. For more info or to shop their inventory online, visit piazzaautogroup.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
In Virginia Beach, our locals live the life every day. The art of living the life starts by connecting with what matters most: happiness. When you visit, you will realize that happiness is a real place and that it is here in Virginia Beach.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It's 12 days of savings. Hot tubs. Spring Dance Hot Tubs from December 12th to the 24th. So it started yesterday and it runs through Christmas Eve. Get up to $5,000 off hot tubs and $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off of water care for the first 20 customers that sign up for their new auto ship program. Only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com. It's a perfect Christmas gift. If you want to get me a sauna, I wouldn't mind. springdancehottubs.com. Thank you for sponsoring the 8 o'clock hour.
Free speech lives here. with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
8 o'clock, Kayal and Company. You get a hot tub. You get a hot tub. You get a sauna. He gets a sauna. We all get saunas. Make America sweaty again, baby. Sweat out those toxins, those bagel bites, those Fruit Loops, those Swedish fish. Could actually go. By the way, we got Swedish fish down in the vending machine. Might go down there.
No, don't eat
during
them.
the next break.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting out
Get
there.
stuck in your teeth. Bad. Don't chew them if you have braces either, folks. Parents get mad, spending all that money to correct your kids' teeth, and they're putting those fruit, chewy, gummy candies in there. Total mess.
Total mess.
855-839-1210. Sean Farish coming up bottom of the hour. Also still ahead this morning. Today in music history, we'll make sense of all the music that we are playing today. Also, what's on tap for the Dawn Show and our McCausland Locks of the Week.
Woohoo! I forgot
on
about
the
that.
Eagles-Steelers.
Big,
Yeah, baby.
This is, if I remember correctly, last year, this is the week that it all went downhill for them.
That is correct.
Wow.
That said, here's a little positive trend. The Steelers have not won a football game in Philadelphia since 1965.
Really?
That's right. I think that was the year Biden turned 50. Without further ado, let's find out what Stalker has lined up for a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Friday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Judith, and everybody at for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet on this important Friday morning. I said I would start with the Fetterman thing. This is cut 13, Phil. So Fetterman met with Pete Hegseth yesterday and was asked before he went in about meeting with him, and he's like, I don't know. I would have talked to the guy. I don't know who he is. I'm sure we agree on some things and disagree on others. But, let's have a conversation.
Yeah. Is Fetterman saying that just because people have opinions on social media, you shouldn't just talk to people individually?
I'm not sure.
I thought we figured everything out on X.
All right, roll it, Phil.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Yes, we're with Senator Fetterman. Senator, thanks for talking to me. You're going to become the first Democrat to meet with Pete Hegseth later today. What do you want to hear from him?
Well, we're just going to have a straight-up conversation. It's all going to be off the record. It's just going to be, hey, I'm going to meet the guy. And honestly, I've never heard of him before he was nominated. So it's an opportunity to just have a discussion on a lot of kind of issues. And I suspect there's some things we might agree on in terms of military, whether it's China or Israel, and maybe disagree some perhaps on the Ukraine. But I think it's an opportunity to have a conversation. I'm not sure why it would be controversial to anybody. If he's the individual who could potentially be the next Secretary of Defense, I think it's, I'm not just the senator for Pennsylvania for my voters or Democrats, it's for all of us. And now we have received a lot of support, calls into our office saying, hey, we have a conversation. So I'm just doing my job. I see that.
Are you going to ask him about all of these allegations of misconduct, excessive drinking, sexual assault?
Yeah, well, and again, of course, there's going to be an FBI vet, and there's going to be a committee hearing, and all of that is going to happen through that. So that's why this is just part of a conversation on all of those things.
He has denied those allegations.
I've read that.
Do you believe those denials?
Well, again, it's like I know there hasn't been any formal charges or criminal ones.
Wow.
it's all one of the things I'm sure that perhaps might come up in that conversation today. Yes, but I am aware that there are some allegations, of course.
Do you think that some of those accusers should come forward publicly and put their name on this, or at least he should release one of them from a non-disclosure agreement?
No, I really think it's just part of whoever wants to come out or plans to, that's fine. But I believe that's probably going to come out on the FBI vetting or in the hearing.
There's been some concerns about his qualifications. He's of course a military veteran, but he's never run something as so significant as a Pentagon. Do you come in with any concerns about that?
I think we've had a similar conversation where, when the other side wins, they pick the people. Now, I certainly wouldn't have been in my top 10 choice because I wasn't familiar with him at all. So now, just because that would not be my kinds of choice, as some of them haven't been. But that's where we are. So if this is the individual that could potentially have this incredibly important role, and this, I think it's responsible for me to be a senator from Pennsylvania to have a conversation and to establish, some type of relationship with that individual.
Wow.
That's amazing. I mean, we cut it off a little bit briefly there because at the end, Fetterman actually dunked Manu Raju in a garbage can and then rolled it down the hallway. And he said, "Get away from me." Pretty wild. I love the fact that Fetterman says that he was unaware of who the hell Pete Hegseth was, and he didn't. And that's the thing. Just because you're not aware of somebody and you didn't have them on your top 5 or top 10 nominees doesn't mean that they cannot be actually good and qualified and end up being the right person, right? Like, I'm so tired of this person's not an... What happened the last time we trusted the experts, all right? Yep. I'm also tired of all the bureaucrats and the people that say the right thing and kiss ass to get to the position that they're not qualified for, and then we end up realizing that they're nothing more than puppets and lip service hacks. So, I'm totally on board with the idea of giving Hegseth the chance if Trump believes he's the right guy. And I thought Fetterman, does anybody disagree with anything Fetterman said?
He seemed very fair.
Yeah. And he's like, we might disagree on the Ukraine thing. Yeah, okay, great. Maybe they agree on Israel, they disagree on Ukraine. Shocking.
I know Dawn was tweeting about this yesterday. I also got a tweet from Keith, I believe, is one of our listeners who tweeted me about this. So this is cut 8, Phil. Joe Biden is selling half a mile worth of wall material each day for as little as $5 per section.
Yeah, I think actually Turn 7 Liquidations has some good rates on it as well.
But they're racing to do this
before Trump takes office,
yep.
right? Play the video, Phil.
Listen.
You can see the video, and it says, Nick, if you want to read along there.
In the final weeks of the Biden administration, truckloads of unused border wall materials are being hauled away from the Arizona border. It's being taken north to a government auction site where bidding for an entire segment of wall starts at $5.
Oh, my God.
Now, isn't that our property, technically, the American taxpayer?
Yes. A Border Patrol agent estimates that up to half a mile worth of wall is being transported every day.
Look at all of that, by the way.
It's a lot of border wall.
Yeah, it's a lot of border wall.
Says the subtitle.
So we had it there. It's all just sitting there because Biden wanted to,
amazing,
spite Trump and did not want for Trump to ever say, well, the border wall was built.
That's infuriating to a guy like Tom Homan. I mean, if Tom Homan has seen that clip, and I'm sure he's been briefed on it and told about it, that probably has to make his blood boil. And by the way, who actually is buying the border wall for $5? Are they like souvenirs? Are they people that want to finish the fence in their
valuable,
yard?
Isn't it steel or whatever?
Yeah.
It's valuable material.
Yeah. I mean, there will be
Make a roof out of that.
Yeah.
No, so there
make
are
a wall out of it.
Yeah, wall out of it. Be pretty cool.
Make a wall. We're going to use the wall to make a wall.
But I mean, there are reportedly, there are even really wealthy people saying, "Hey, I'm going to go to the auction, buy as much as I can, or send somebody there to, and then just give it back."
I always go back to that video I've seen for 2.5 years now of how big the wall is. I believe along the Egyptian border. And I mean, it is it's a monstrosity.
Yep.
It's Trump has wet dreams thinking of a wall like that, and it's the wall that we deserve as American citizens to keep illegal immigrants, especially the ones with sinister intentions, out of our country.
Well, you reported yesterday, Nick, that it was in the New York Times that right now we are going through the biggest border crisis in the country's history, dwarfing Ellis Island.
Yes,
all
the 1850s.
All of our grandparents and great-grandparents who came over from on Ellis Island legally, by the way.
Yes.
It dwarfs in comparison to that. So
Yes.
kudos to
everybody that arrived on Ellis Island on a boat, looking up at the Statue of Liberty and being sitting there. I'm having flashbacks to I forget the name of the movie where it's pouring out and they're looking up because they've made it to their land of destiny and go on to create a great life for their
Titanic.
family.
Oh, no, that's
No, I was not thinking of Titanic, but that would be Kate Winslet looking up at the thing.
Speaking of Tom Homan,
good pull by you, by the way.
I think you mentioned this yesterday, Nick Kayal, about what Tom Homan said about Chicago.
Yeah, your governor sucks, and so does your mayor.
Let's play the clip.
What a clip.
Chicago's in trouble because your mayor sucks and your governor sucks. And we're going to start right here in Chicago, Illinois. Now, if your Chicago mayor doesn't want to help, he can step aside. But if he impedes us, if he knowingly harbors and conceals an illegal alien, I will prosecute him.
Wow. How about that?
Good for him.
Your mayor sucks. Your governor sucks. Your quarterback sucks. Deep dish pizza sucks. Chicago, you suck. Cook County, all of you suck. You suck. And Tom's coming.
Yeah.
I love that guy. There are some people that I wear thin on and the novelty act wears off. Not sure I'm going to ever say that about Tom Homan.
Yeah.
I might send Tom a Christmas card.
He's just so plain spoken.
Yes.
He reminds me of even this, I don't know, Clint Eastwood, like John Wayne kind of a character, out of
He's the
the
Duke.
Wild West or the past,
Yeah.
to say this is the way it is.
Yes. He's John Wayne and Hondo.
I love it.
Hondo's coming on, Peg.
Secretary, I knew you were going down that. It's like yesterday with the Hulk Hogan reference and today with Married with Children.
By the way, speaking
90s,
of
90s Kale.
Yeah, speaking of nostalgia from the 80s and 90s, tomorrow night on NBC at 8 o'clock, the return of WWF's Saturday night main event.
Oh, boy. There's dozens of people excited.
Jesse the Body Ventura in the booth.
Yep.
Former governor of Minnesota.
The problem is that they're going to make this a nostalgia dump. And I don't want that. I want
I'm all
actual
for nostalgia.
I get it, but you're bringing back old stars that are old.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're not wrestling. The new guys are still going to wrestle.
They're going to have some hokey thing. They are. Or they're going to get
maybe we ought to do
wheelchair their asses in there.
We ought to do a 12/10 nostalgia day where we bring back old jingles, the old logo, bring
old
back
hosts.
the old hosts.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do any of that.
It'd be a great day. It'd be a ratings bonanza.
We move forward on this radio station. We don't look back.
Okay.
Right, Dawn?
Amen.
Thank you. So apparently there's a lot of copycats for the Luigi Mangione thing.
This is sick.
This is a Florida woman who broke down in tears after she became the first Luigi Mangione copycat to be arrested. Brianna Boston, a 42-year-old mother of three, was arrested for making threats to Blue Cross Blue Shield over a rejected medical claim.
Mm-hmm.
The woman, who is now facing up to 15 years in prison, allegedly quoted Mangione saying, "Delay, deny, depose. You people are next."
Took all of 8 days for a copycat, folks.
Cuts to 16, Phil, go.
The nature of the threats, we would also be asking for GPS with house arrest conditions to protect the community.
With her head in her hands, Brianna Boston learned she would be held in jail on $100,000 bond. The Polk County judge adding the bond was appropriate given the, quote, status of our country.
It's not like she's a child. She's 42 years old, so we're not dealing with a child here. She should certainly know better.
That's a rough
Lakeland
42,
Police Chief Sam Taylor says his department was contacted by the FBI Tuesday. Authorities say in a recorded phone call about a denied insurance claim, Boston told a Blue Cross Blue Shield employee, quote, delay, deny, depose. You people are next, end quote. The language matches the words police say were written on the shell casings found at the United Healthcare CEO's murder scene in New York City.
We will take this very seriously, and we will put you in jail if you do something like this. It is not a joke.
According to Boston's affidavit, the mother of three told police she did not own firearms and was not a danger to anyone. But she added, healthcare companies played games and deserved karma because they are evil. similar to the accused shooter in Manhattan, Boston is getting support online from people who say that she was just sharing her opinion and should be protected by the First Amendment, but police do not see it that way. She's facing a second-degree felony of written threat to kill or injure, conduct a mass shooting, or an act of terrorism, a serious charge that she could end up in prison for 15 years. Reporting live in Lakeland, I'm
Free speech. First Amendment. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Of course, it was Florida, right? In the FAFO state.
Yep.
She effed around. She found out. And I think I even said this within the last week when we've been talking about this story. How long until Blue Cross Blue Shield CEOs are targeted, Aetna, and any of the other major conglomerates out there? And this lady, and you're right, 42. I mean, I'll be 41 in 3 weeks. She makes me look 31.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. The delay, deny, depose, you people are next. That's a threat, right? I mean,
you're next.
That's what,
I don't know how much more direct you can be.
Well, did she say more than that?
That's what the quote. That's the quote I have in front of me here.
Okay.
Delay, deny, depose. You people are next.
Okay. So
I don't hear I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to kill you.
Agreed.
And this is not. They want to throw the book at her to make an example of her, and that's fine.
Yep.
But she will not be convicted of this.
You don't think so?
Nope.
She
did not make a threat.
I think in the state of Florida, she's toast.
Quoting a book.
Yep.
She all her lawyer can say is she is quoting the title of a book that was written in 2010 that is about how insurance companies prey upon people and deny claims.
So if Greg Stocker were to be killed, and then I quoted Silence of the Lambs and told the bosses down the hall, you're next. You think I'm going to have a defense to that?
But it's not. So let me just say this: she's charged with threats to conduct a mass shooting or act of terrorism.
Yeah.
But I don't see, to Dawn's point, I don't see her saying, I'm going to come and shoot you or I'm going to come and kill you. All she's saying is you people are next.
Is it reasonable to assume as you copy somebody that executed somebody in point blank range that your next can be inferred upon a threat that I will be the next casualty in a line of casualties? I think every reasonable juror would sit there and say, yeah, if you have common sense.
No, I just think this whole thing, I know that unless she actually said, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to shoot you, the fact that she said karma and delay, deny, depose, she never made a threat. She said I'm reading the thing, saying that you deserve karma or saying that you believe that they're evil, I don't see a threat here.
But what does your next mean, right? Like if I just got done making a sandwich for Bob and I said to Jill, you're next, what does Jill think I'm talking about? You're next for me to make your sandwich.
I mean, she can make the argument. And again, I'm not sticking up for this
No.
woman.
But she's charged with, quote, threats to conduct a mass shooting.
I agree with Dawn on that.
And she's charged with threatening to do an act of terrorism.
Yep. Okay.
And this was not written. She was because they were recording the call.
Yep.
And she said, delay, deny, depose. You people are next. Now, should she have said that? Of course not.
Absolutely.
No. She was. When the officers came to her house, according to Lakeland, she immediately apologized. She fully admitted, yes, I said that. I was upset. I apologize. That's according to the record. They really threw the book at her. I understand they want to make an
the venue matters as well. Florida's a big law and order state. Now maybe this is more of a debate if you're in California or New York.
No, she should not have said it. She admitted it. She admitted she said it. She said she was wrong. She apologized.
By the way, how did she say it? Do we have it? Is it?
That's the quote.
Is it in a post?
No. She was on the phone with somebody.
Yeah.
And and that's the thing. If you, probably, in my experience, you go around and around and around and around, and you're on hold. And now after an hour, and she has 3 kids. Nah, this is not going to stick.
Oh, so this was on an insurance call.
On a call trying to get something covered.
There's a good chance that this call is recorded.
It was recorded.
Yeah.
That's where they were getting the transcription from.
I will say this, Dawn, Nick is correct that the venue matters, and where she is in Florida, she could get convicted of
Perfect
this.
example of why venue matters and results are shocking. I thought Penny was going to be found not guilty and acquitted. But a lot of people thought he was dead to rights because it was New York of all places.
Agreed.
Yeah, but you're talking about oranges and apples. This woman she has no record. She's a 42-year-old mom with kids on the phone, frustrated with the fact that her insurance claim has been denied.
Dawn reaching deep into her soul because she may or may not have been through this, right, with your child.
Now, I would say to anybody, anytime you're on the phone, be as sweet as, brown sugar, be the sweetest person ever, because
these calls are being recorded for quality assurance.
And my advice is, if you get somebody who's just totally not going to help you, say, okay, thank you, hang up and call back again, because it's kind of like the lottery. When you get somebody who's helpful, it's like a blessing. So just keep trying to get the next person.
If she would have done this 6 months ago, this would be a non-story.
Yeah.
Correct.
But the fact that this is all in the news right now, it's being. I agree with Dawn that I think that it is it's because of the times we're living in right now that she's even being brought up on charges with this.
We've all had those phone calls with companies that we finally get through, and we want our bill credited. We're threatening to cancel our service. I mean, I just don't. I've give me your superior. Give me a supervisor. I can't understand what country am I calling?
No, I've let some awful expletives fly.
I've cursed as well. I have cursed as well, and then I feel bad for the person I'm cursing at because they're just the low level functionary.
Yep.
That said, I've never implied that I was going to harm them.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I've never done that. I mean, my words may have harmed them, but this is Cut 21, Phil. As we talk about more and more of this stuff happening, one of the traffic signs in Seattle was hacked, and this is
a digital sign.
Yeah, it was a digital sign. Is that the right one, Phil? Cut 21. All right, let's try it.
And here at home, new overnight, a disturbing message possibly related to the CEO's murder. This was found posted on a portable electronic road messaging sign right off of Highway 99, just south of the Aurora Bridge in Seattle. And it reads, "One less CEO, many more to go." Well, we're asking who's responsible for this, which agency operates the sign, whether it's WashDOT or SDOT, perhaps a private company, and how something like this would happen. We'll let you know as soon as we get some answers.
How long until we see the protests in big cities, perhaps in the Portland, Oregon area or the Seattle, Washington area where that story is emanating from, of chance of one more CEO, one less to go, or whatever that message was, and they'll be stomping around with their signs. They'll have COVID masks on. They'll be wearing hooded sweatshirts, and they'll be purchasing the $225 jacket that Luigi apparently wore when he committed the murder, allegedly, which, by the way, is a Levi's product. And I actually have that story if you want to hear it. We've got there's the picture, which, by the way, I'm not against that look. I think that jacket with the hood inside I'm on board with that.
It's a nice jacket.
It's a nice look.
The problem is that it's gross now that people are buying it just because this scumbag did it.
That's right. $225 for that jacket, courtesy of Levi's. Apparently, thousands are flying off the shelf. More than 700 of the Sherpa-lined two-pocket hooded trucker jacket were also bought in 48 hours on Macy's website. So Macy's offers either the same one or a variation of it. And it got to the point now where it is no longer available. It is unavailable. Kohl's says that the jacket is going fast as they have sold more than 3,000 of them.
Oh, my goodness.
And a similar style is going for big-time money on Amazon as well.
It's gross. AOC was speaking about this case the other day, yesterday, I guess, and she said, "This is not to say that an act of violence is justified, but
I'm like Liz Warren, and
people need to understand that people interpret and feel and experience denied claims as, quote, an act of violence." Roll it.
Taken from a diagnosis, and I think that this collective American experience, which is so twisted to have in the wealthiest nation in the world, all of that pain that people have experienced is being concentrated on this event. And it's really important that we take a step back. This is not to comment, and this is not to say that an act of violence is justified. But I think for anyone who is confused or shocked or appalled, they need to understand that people interpret and feel and experience denied claims as an act of violence against them. People go homeless over the financial devastation of a diagnosis that doesn't get addressed, or, you know, the amount that they're going to have to cover with a surprise bill and things like that.
The attempted justifications of this and the rationalization from the Liz Warrens and the AOCs is astounding. Let me flip some of the variables around here. Imagine a Republican standing there and trying to justify the reasoning behind somebody killing AOC because AOC and progressive Democrats said when they were running for office that they're going to change the healthcare system for the better of all Americans, healthcare for all, and they failed to do so. And some stooge out there snapped and killed AOC because she didn't come through on her campaign promise of reallocating the way healthcare is done. And somebody tried to justify, well, I don't condone violence, but she did say she was going to, and she failed. There's no justification and rationalization for killing somebody in a corporate world because you don't like the way the system operates. I don't like it. We've talked about this a million times, but like, what precedent does that set? Now we've got a copycat in Florida. We've got people hijacking digital billboards in Seattle. And we've got all these Looney Tune Democrats out there in their own weird way where they're like throwing out the, I don't condone it, but I don't want to understand those people. Lock them the hell up.
Yep. Last night or 2 nights ago on News Nation, the Ashley Banfield program, they were doing a live report from outside the not Butler, Altoona, PA jail where
stomping grounds of Thomas Dickey,
where Luigi Mangione is being held right now, and you can hear in this clip the prison mates yelling answers to the questions. So like Ashley Banfield is asking the reporter questions, and they're yelling it. They must be watching it, I guess. I'm not sure.
Which is weird because I didn't think they had televisions, but all right.
This is a very bizarre clip, and again, this goes into this idol worship and this weird, I don't know, it's a weird spot we're in, guys, as a nation. I really hate to say. Roll a little bit of it, Phil.
That's News Nation's correspondent Alex Capriello standing by to do the big report for us tonight. So it's an interesting interaction you had with the inmates from over the chain link. Tell me about it, Alex.
Yeah, pretty unbelievable moment. And Ashley, I can tell you at this very moment, I can look over my left shoulder up at the top of this prison wall, see through a window, and see that your face is right there. They're watching Banfield at this exact moment as they promised they would. All right, so let's backtrack a little bit, okay? So earlier today, I was reporting outside this prison wall.
She's waving.
She's waving.
I'm not sure if you just heard that, Ashley. That was them screaming.
Waved. Alex.
I just waved. Yeah, what a
that?
dummy.
Hi, guys. Say hello to Alex Capriello.
They said we got you,
You're on
Alex.
TV.
Ashley says hello.
I can't believe this.
There they are. I can't tell if you can hear this.
I can't believe how stupid these two are.
This is awful.
Oh, we can hear
Now they're showing there. They're panning the camera
Let me yell
into the prison yard.
Alex, hold on. Let me yell a question. Guys, if you can hear me clearly, do you guys have any sights on Luigi Mangione? Just yell yes or no. I don't know if they're answering.
One was.
They're saying no. Go
They're
ahead,
saying
ask
no,
another
they
one.
don't
They can
have
hear you.
sights. Okay.
Luigi's watching right now. Is what one of them
You'll
said.
have to translate, Alex.
He's a dummy too. He doesn't.
All right, so earlier
This
today,
is
I
this
was
is disgraceful.
reporting outside these prison
This is
walls when all of a
disgraceful.
sudden
How can we hear it and they can't?
So
it's disgraceful.
More
It's
people in Altoona watch News Nation than around the country.
I am so disgusted by this news clip. Like, this is supposed to be a news show where they're reporting live. Fine. But hi everybody, hi, prison inmates. Is Luigi there?
One of the prisoners was yelling, "Free Luigi." The other one said, "Luigi's watching right now." And according to the Daily Mail, they have spoken to people on the inside that say the terrible conditions of the prison have been expressed by Luigi. By the way, here's the menu of what we talked about food earlier. Luigi's not getting any Swedish fish in the joint. So Luigi has for breakfast a choice of fruits, grits, bread, eggs, and coffee. For lunch, he gets porcupine meatballs. I don't know what porcupine meatballs are.
They have rice in them.
Potatoes, bread, and fruit. And then for dinner, it's mac and cheese, pasta bean casserole. Oh, boy, that must be delicious. And tomatoes and broccoli.
We have to remember, as these dummies on News Nation are like, hi, everybody, there's a person dead. There's a person dead. There are 2 or 3 children without a father. Yep. There's a woman without a husband. And they're like, oh, is Luigi there? It's gross. She's a gross human who's doing idol worship on this scumbag who deserves to fry.
It wasn't a bad. Okay, I'll say this: it was not a bad idea for her to because she realizes that they're reacting to the interview. So if she had just not smiled, would you have been okay? If she had said to the reporter, well, let me finish. If she had said to the reporter, I believe that they're watching this right now. Let's ask them a question, but stayed in her serious. Is it the problem because she smiled and waved, or that she asked?
How about this? Hey, all you scumbags in there who committed crimes and are in jail, how many of you deserve to die? Raise your hands. How about that? Wow. They're inmates. They don't deserve any sort of recognition. Like, it's gross. It's gross what she did. It's gross what they did. I'm sorry. I just,
I mean, I don't mind if you are, if she was closer to the fence and could ask them a question about something that you could learn, because that's her job to ask questions. To me, it's just that it was bizarre to me that she smiles and says, "Oh, they're waving." That was bizarre.
I can't. It's supposed to be a news program. Yeah. Like if you're doing something for X, or you're a citizen that's trying to get some clicks. I get it. But this is like a news program. You can't be hokey like this. It's stupid, and it's again this idol worship. Mm-hmm. Do you guys see him? Mm-hmm. Is he watching?
Yep.
Like they're giddy schoolgirls. Ugh.
Goes back to the big take this morning: the violence of the left, the irrelevance of the media.
Sorry.
And by the way, that was the State Correctional Institution in Huntington, Pennsylvania.
Okay. So it's not, like Road Warrior says, it's not Rikers. There's not a bunch of serial killers in there. No. I understand.
And a lot of them are just waiting for their court hearings, so they're not.
It's a county jail.
They're not convicted.
Yeah. I don't care. I still don't like it. It just represents the hero worship that we have for this guy who, if found guilty, literally deserves to be 6 feet under.
Well, it's funny you say that, because now there's attorneys out there saying that Luigi Mangione's defense, sympathy from the jury could save him, where jury nullification occurs and they feel sympathetic for his cause.
Yep.
That's going to be his only, quote, possibility, according to attorney Naima Romani, who told Newsweek. I think he's getting walked to the gas chamber.
He will. I guarantee that they're going to bring him mental health, psychosis.
You think he ends up in a mental facility as opposed to?
Could be.
What's the story, Nick? You have? Forgive me if you just read it, but the story of the jurors now, like they're going to play on the sympathy.
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly what we're just talking about.
Yeah.
Where
but they're going to say he's not mentally fit to stand trial. They're going to say that he's psychotic.
Yeah. And,
was a late diagnosis to schizophrenia or something of that nature, I would imagine.
Evidence-wise, it's a layup. It'll probably come down to how good the lawyers are, especially that Thomas, it won't be Dickey. It'll be the attorney that takes over in New York once he's extradited. If I'm that defense attorney, it all comes down to jury selection. I got to find somebody out there that might feel sympathetic for the guy. One of the questions in the voir dire process will be, have you ever felt like you were screwed over by the healthcare company? Did you ever have a surgery that was not covered? Those are the questions right there.
I know, it's gross. The whole thing's gross. I have more, but I see the president elect is in the on-deck circle.
And he's coming with holiday jingles and
no.
spreading cheer and
boy.
joy.
Oh, boy.
Unlike Kamala Harris, we have joy on the way.
Yeah.
And it's not Joy Reid or Joy Behar. It's the joy that Sean Farish brings each and every week. And he will also tell us how Donald Trump apprehended Luigi at McDonald's.
Oh, Donald Trump did.
It was Trump who did it.
Oh,
yes.
I didn't know that.
That is correct.
Wow.
He was the McDonald's employee that saw it coming.
We're going to end this Friday with a bang, aren't we?
With lots of laughs.
Yep.
Sean Farish, live from Nashville, as 47 joins us, and I use 47 in air quotes after this.
You know, there's no greater time of the year than to give back during the holiday season, and that's why my friends from the Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're partnering with the Salvation Army for the Piazza Toy Drive. Once again, you can visit any of the Pennsylvania or Delaware Piazza Premium showrooms through December 16th. So I want you to do this through today through Monday the 16th. That's your timeline here. And just drop off a new unwrapped toy. Your support is going to make the holidays a little brighter for a local child. You know, the Piazza Toy Drive, they do this every single year. It's a wonderful event. And you know what? Maybe you're not interested in a new car. It's a wonderful way to give back. And I hope that whatever dealership you stop by, just tell them how much you listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, how much you appreciate that Piazza has been the wind beneath our wings, if you will. And just please let them know that you're doing us a great service if you do. They're just a wonderful sponsor, as you know, for many years here. So just find the Piazza dealership nearest you online, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, premiumautos.com. Thank you so much. Happy holidays. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here for my friends at Omaha Steaks. Gifting during the holidays is a warm experience to make someone else's life more enjoyable. Forget gift cards, electronics, or clothing. Get them a memorable experience like the gourmet foods from Omaha Steaks. How about a curated gift package that they will savor with so much flavor? Perhaps filet mignon, courtesy of Omaha Steaks. And now you can get the perfect gift with 50% off site-wide at omahasteaks.com. Plus, my listeners get an extra $30 off your purchase by using the promo code Nick at checkout. We had the filet mignon, the burgers, and the chicken breasts, and it was the freshest meal I've ever had delivered to my doorstep. The girls loved the chicken. My wife said the burgers melted in her mouth, and I absolutely love the filet. 5 generations of family excellence dating back to 1917. Wow your friends and family with a gift that is way different than the ordinary. OmahaSteaks.com, 50% off site-wide. Use the promo code Nick for an extra $30 off at checkout. Do it today. OmahaSteaks.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
It's Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at Westchester University and Pittman, New Jersey in February.
Alan Iverson, Joel Embiid. My dad set this up. This was actually a Christmas gift to bring us all together, come see Joe and relive all the Philadelphia history. It's amazing.
That's Conklin with City Rhythm and the story of Philly sports through music. Westchester University on February 21st and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 22nd. Tickets to a Conklin show make great holiday gifts. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody. Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too. Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. From December 12th through 24th, every day brings amazing deals. On the first day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me up to $5,000 off a Hot Spring Grandee. On the second day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me new auto ship for all water care with no shipping fee. On the third day of savings, Spring Dance gave to me savings up to $2,500 on our sauna floor model clear-out sale. The 12 days of savings only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com for more deals.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Get up, Harry!
It's Kayal and Company, 8:40. It is a Friday morning, a Friday the 13th. How about that? As we count down the days to Christmas, it'll be here before you know it. Andy Chan Holiday Block Party, 5th annual, coming up next Friday, a week from today. And joining us right now, as he does each and every Friday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, he is the president-elect. He is the Time Person of the Year. Donald J. Trump back with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Mr. President.
Well, I'm not quite sure if I should be saying something, but I hear nothing right now.
Oh, good.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Maybe Russia
Oh,
with
boy.
the game here or something.
Mr. President, can you hear me now?
anything.
No. All right. And we had engineers in here like hours ago looking at it. All right. He cannot hear us. Oh, boy.
Awesome.
He looks a little thinner than normal. Mr.
You just
President's
text him.
He's grown a
Let's
beard.
text him.
Phil, can somebody come in here and do this?
Yeah.
Thank you, buddy.
All right. Well,
Anybody.
I guess we don't have Sean.
Well, we could text him to just speak.
Yeah. I'll just text him all the questions and then he'll.
I mean, just to get going.
Yeah. I don't. Sometimes he doesn't keep his phone next to him.
Oh.
Yeah. Well-oiled machine.
But he looks good.
He does look good. Look at that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just listen to some Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, Trump was going to sing anyway, so what the hell? Let's just keep playing music.
By the way, the woman, the Florida woman that you talked about, has a lawyer who says that it was political hyperbole. So she already has a lawyer who says that they don't have a case. This is political hyperbole. She has freedom of speech. She was frustrated during a claim, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just giving you that little update as we're waiting.
I wonder do you think Thomas Dickey has a law license in Florida? He can go from doing the extradition case to doing this case. He'd be making a lot of money these days. All right. Well, I guess we don't have Sean Farish, so what do we want to do here?
Let's have some more cuts here.
All right, we'll continue on with the cut sheet, and we'll get to Sean when we get this ironed out. But that's fine, because there's a lot of good gems on the cut sheet.
There are. I mean, we don't have any short of. So this is, you know the store Safeway?
Yes.
So apparently a bunch of them closed in Oakland because, Oakland is not safe.
It's funny. Safeway is actually the gas station coffee fill-up destination of the mother-in-law.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's a Safeway user,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
The NAACP is calling on Safeway to stay open in Oakland because...
Racism.
Of course.
Wow. What else could it be?
Of course. Phil, I know you're doing a million things back there. It's the day before your vacation, and I apologize for this.
Poor guy.
But if you could play Cut 15, that would be fantastic. Cut 15 there.
Here we go.
News. This is the news story out of it.
Is a slap at black people.
Yes.
And we are saying, we see it, we feel it, and the world needs to understand.
Outgoing District 5 Supervisor Dean Preston was among those who fought to keep the Safeway open when it first announced plans to close last year. He said the city needs to fight to purchase the site to build affordable housing and meet the shopping needs of the community.
I've also urged that if they won't voluntarily sell it, that we consider using eminent domain to acquire it, pay the market rate value, and acquire the site. Eminent domain's been used to harm this community. Why not finally use it to help?
Here, the NAACP is saying the closure of the Safeway in February, Black History Month, is offensive. The organization stopped short of calling for a boycott, but did say there will be actions to raise awareness about the injustice they see with the potential sale of this site.
Oh, my God.
My guy's a little dated on the grift. And by the way, 2018 call, they want their suit jacket back. So 3 things. Number 1, first of all, let's blame criminals that are committing theft and violence and vandalism, number 1. Secondly, the next person you can blame, not racism or white people, is the district attorneys that do not prosecute these individuals, that send them right back on the street. We can also blame the Democrats. We can blame the media for getting us to the point where the police really don't want to do anything, can't do anything, get vilified for doing something, and then it's Safeway's fault, it's Target's fault for locking. I saw a video yesterday in California, speaking of Oakland, where there was, I think it was a Walgreens, I could be wrong, but some of the pharmacies that have the long extended coolers and not walk-in, but like the Wawa type fridges where all the Gatorades and the Red Bulls are, they have to lock up soft drinks.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So that's racism's fault?
And Safeway's being penalized because, you know what? They're like, your city is an S-hole, and we don't want to stay open here because we're losing money, and it's not safe, and nobody wants to work here, and nobody wants to shop here.
And by the way, for the mother-in-laws out there that get their coffees at the Safeway.
Here we go.
I mean, look, I'm not. This is not an endorsement for any company. But like seriously,
commentary for one.
You know, the Wawa coffee is phenomenal. Obviously, there's the 2 big corporate chains out there, Dunkin' and Starbucks.
Yeah, no,
but you get your coffee at a Safeway. At a Safeway.
Do it.
At a Safeway.
Do it at a Wawa.
At a Safeway.
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, speaking of Safeway, the president-elect is here, and he can hear now.
Oh, he
thank
is.
goodness.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
God.
Donald J. Trump.
Wow, there we go. Much better.
From Oakland, California Safeways to the safe enclave of Mar-a-Lago. Mr. President, how are you, sir?
Person of the
Well,
year.
now we're doing very well. You know, before we weren't doing very well. Now we're doing very well. We can hear, and we're doing. Maybe it was one of those drones. Who the hell knows, right? Who the hell knows what's going on? And we have a beautiful plan to take those things out of the sky. I can tell you that. But we're doing so well. The ratings are up like you've never seen before. You're doing great. And we're very happy to be here. You know, Christmas is in the air.
Yes.
Joy, as Jill Biden, right? I call her Doppler Jill, but we like her now because she wears a beautiful red dress when she goes to vote. Joy is in the air, and 'tis the season, right? To be jolly.
Yes.
And let me tell you something, by the way. Stacey Abrams is a very jolly person, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I would agree. Very pleasantly plump indeed. I would argue even cream-filled.
Oh, come on.
Mr. President, I was told...
That's not a nice thing to say, by the way. I would never say something like that. I would never say something like that.
Caroline Levitt and I were having a conversation last night, and she said, Mr. Kayal, Mr. President, Donald Trump has a Christmas song, a new hit song. I believe it's called 47's Coming to Town. Would you like to share the new rendition that you've been working on with the audience?
Well, that's right. You know, I have to tell you something. It's number 1. Even if you don't know it yet, it's number 1. When we first put it out, even before we put it out, it was number 1. It says, it's a beautiful thing, right? You better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. 47's coming to town. I'm making a beautiful list, and we're checking it twice. All the bad hombres will be deported by ICE. 47's coming to town. Tom Homan's going to find you and make you go away. If you came here illegally, then you're not allowed to stay. So you better watch out. You better not cry. You better not pout. I'm telling you why. 47's coming to town. And I just have to tell you something, by the way. I'm a beautiful person. I have a beautiful voice, right? Take that, Beyonce, right? You want to talk about it? I didn't need $2 million to sing, right? We do it for the people. We do it for the people.
That's right.
Queen Bee. She's horrible. And she's not the only, by the way, she's not the only queen in North America. Queen Justine Trudeau now has been very loud as of late. He's a horrible person, too. Or
Queen
she, we'll see.
From Christmas albums to apprehending fugitives on the run. I was actually told, Mr. President, that you were the McDonald's employee in Altoona, Pennsylvania that identified and apprehended Luigi. Can you give us your firsthand account of how you caught Luigi at that McDonald's with the hash brown?
Well, this is going to be in the new movie, right? There's going to be a movie about it. It's called Donald J. Trump, From Fry Cook to President, right? And nobody knows, nobody saw that coming, the greatest comeback in American history. But I was at McDonald's, right? There I was, just another day. And I was flipping burgers and I was salting the French fries. You know, you look at the fries and they indicted me for putting too much salt, believe it or not. You're not supposed to put that much, but I put it on. We love the salt, right? We love the salt. But I was flipping the burgers like nobody's ever seen. I have a golden spatula. We're flipping the burgers. We're salting the fries. And I see out of the corner of my eye this guy. He walks in. And I said, that's the guy, right? And people say, what are you talking about? They said, sir, what guy? I said, we got to call. We have to call our beautiful men and women of law enforcement in Altoona. We love Altoona. And we don't know what the hell happened to the tuna that went missing in Philadelphia, but there was tuna. It's gone. I think somebody ate it. I think, and you know who I'm talking about, right? Yes. One of the gas giants, Whoopi or Chris Christie or Stacey Abrams or one of these Rosie O'Donnell. But you look at it, I said, that's the guy. We called our beautiful men and women of law enforcement. I said, we got the guy. They said, sir, what guy? I said, the guy who shot the healthcare CEO. They said, sir, how do you know he's the guy? I said, he's got the biggest eyebrows the world has ever seen. These bushy things. They look like a raccoon tail. They look like caterpillars about to turn into butterflies. I said, we got the guy. They came and they grabbed him. And his name was Luigi, who we got along well with. Not him, but we got along well with Mario and Luigi, right? Because these are great people. Beautiful twins. You look at Mario, you look at Luigi. And we also got along very well with Bowser. They call him King Koopa, right? King Koopa. And we got along well. We negotiated the safe release. Nobody will tell you about it. We negotiated the safe release of Princess Toadstool. I call her Peach, and she has to stop getting kidnapped. I went over to her. I said, you got to stop getting every single time you wind up kidnapped by Bowser. We have to stop that. But we negotiated the safe release of Princess Peach, Princess Toadstool, and we got Luigi, the bad Luigi. He's going to jail. People like him for some reason. He's going to jail. But the other ones, the beautiful twins, the plumbers from Italy or Japan or whatever, we love Nintendo, beautiful. And the N64 was the greatest system the world has ever seen. But we love Mario. We like Mario a lot better. He's got a beautiful red hat. It looks like a MAGA hat. But he does a tremendous job, and we're doing a great job. Luigi is in jail, the bad Luigi. But Mario and Luigi, we got along very well with those brothers. From fry cook to president, I did a fantastic job working at McDonald's. I found the guy. We turned him over to law enforcement because we are doing it. We are making America safe again. One burger at a time is what it looks like. We're just doing so well. And it really was a tremendous day. And nobody's talking about it, but that's exactly how it went down.
And everybody is talking about your comeback and the fact that you are now the Time Person of the Year for the second time in your career, 8 years apart. And the media is spinning this as, oh, Trump joins the likes of Stalin and Hitler. They don't say he joins the likes of Obama and the second Bush that won it 2 times. The media spin is really pathetic, but certainly predictable. But congratulations on being the Time Person of the Year.
Well, they were going to use Kamala, from what I understand, but she was too drunk to show up to a photo shoot, right? She was slurring her words. She was serving up those big, beautiful word salads, right? We still have the beautiful fork. You can extend it. Forks out, shields up, the word salad. It's a horrible thing, right? That's we call that Excalibur. It's a beautiful fork. And I knew King Arthur very well, and I told him, Artie. I called him Artie. I said, Artie, you just have to pull the sword out of the rock. He said, but sir, it's too hard. I said, you need proper form, right? You need proper form. Look at my beautiful hands. Let's do it. I taught him how to do it. And then he had Camelot. He's a great guy. The Knights of the Round Table. We got along well with them too. They wanted it to be a square table. I said it needs to be a round table. But we look at Time Magazine, and they were very nasty to me. They've been very nasty to me over the years. But now they're being nice, right? Because they don't want to get shut down. They don't want to have horrible things happen to them. They don't want to become the next CNN, who just lost Whoopi and Christy and Stacey Abrams because they're losing to the Food Network. I can't believe it. They'd rather watch Bobby Flay. They'd rather watch all of these people on the Food Network. They'd rather watch Caitlin Collins, who looks a lot like Scott Pressler, right? And our good friend, he's a great guy. Scott Pressler and I have to tell you something. Scott Pressler points that out a lot, which is not a good thing for Caitlin Collins. He says, that's not me, which could only mean one thing, right? That could only mean one thing, okay? It means that she resembles a guy, and we don't want to say, I didn't say it, Scott Pressler said it, okay?
Yep, there you go. Donald J. Trump, a.k.a. Sean Farish, crushing it as always. We'll have Sean stick around, 9 o'clock hour. We're going to get his thoughts on the not guilty verdict of Daniel Penny, the resignation of Christopher Wray, Luigi, New Jersey drones. A lot to hit on with Farish. It's a Farish Friday on Kayal and Company, and we're back after this.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Sunday's game at the Link should really be something. The Eagles are 11-2, the Steelers 10-3. The last time Pittsburgh beat the Eagles here was 1965 at Franklin Field. Steelers quarterback Russell Wilson has never lost to the Eagles. He's 6-0, all with Seattle, but he never played against them when they had the number one defense in the league. The Steelers' defense is fourth against the run. Wait until they face Saquon Barkley. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. As a bank, PNC prides themselves on being boring. But the truth is, they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. PNC has dedicated teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos? Starting now, radio listeners get access to our best last-minute holiday deals from Legacy Box. Get your family's videotapes converted for just $9 and photos professionally scanned for as low as 7 cents each, which is 76% less than what other brands charge. As the world's largest digitizer, you know you can trust Legacy Box to digitize your entire collection of old media. Everything from the embarrassing haircut you had in the 90s to photos of your great-grandma's wedding. Visit legacybox.com/value to get 200 photos scanned starting at just $19.95. Oh, and don't forget, Legacy Box also digitizes over 15 other types of analog media. It's the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. Take advantage of this exclusive last-minute holiday offer from Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
For eligible individuals 18 and older with self-perceived mild to moderate hearing loss only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
Life without hearing aids can be frustrating.
Andy, did you hear what she just said?
No, I'm sorry. What did I miss?
I said I got the promotion, Dad. I thought you would be excited.
You're missing out on the important moments of your life because you just can't hear them. It's time to try the Jabra Enhanced Select 500, our smallest, most advanced hearing aid. With proprietary speech clarity technology, even the most complex listening situations like a noisy restaurant are crisp and clear. And you can get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional care you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. Get Jabra Enhanced over-the-counter hearing aids and stop missing the important moments. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhanced.com/radio. That's JABRA Enhanced.com/radio. JabraEnhanced.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Happy holidays to all. It's the perfect time to talk about Rescue Natural Supplements and their Deck the Hall sale, because right now you can save up to 78% on exceptional natural supplements for every area of your health. From essentials like omega-3s, probiotics, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and more. And the best part? Over a dozen health-boosting rescue products are marked down under $20. Get started. Stock up today. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. With Rescue, you can reinforce your immune system, boost energy, and reach your health goals. Again, there's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So get a head start on your health. Visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Santa, he's not checking his list. He's checking out the insane deals at the Bush Auto Group. Forget Black Friday, forget Christmas shopping. These deals are so big, they'll have your wallet saying, ho, ho, holy. We're talking huge dollar amounts off select Nissans. Infinity's so affordable, Santa's ditching the sleigh for adaptive cruise control. And our pre-owned deals, they're so outrageous you'll feel like you're stealing. But don't worry, it's all perfectly legal. You're still on the nice list. Visit us online at bushautogroup.com. And remember, Philly rides with us.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Let's go, Harry.
9 o'clock hour, Kayal and Company underway live on a Friday morning, December 13th. Brought to you by Turn 7 Liquidations. Below cost, to the bare walls. I think you can actually get the Biden auctioned off wall for about $5 at Turn 7. Turn 7 liquidations, where they must vacate and liquidate immediately with massive extra 50% off savings. Plus, just arrived toys, including Disney, Barbie, Marvel, Lego, values to $50, marked down to just $5. Turn 7, closing liquidation, Philadelphia Mills. Sean Farish is with us here on a Farish Friday as we go from him in Trump mode to his opinions and takes on the stories of the day that matter. Let's actually start with that story on the border wall. We played a clip of that earlier this morning on the cut sheet where you can see the stockpiled pieces of the wall that are now being shipped out and reportedly being sold for as low as $5 a piece. If that isn't one of the biggest FUs from the outgoing administration to an incoming administration, I don't know what is, Sean.
$5 a piece, right? So, all right, so here we go. Because this is how I think. I'm a capitalist, so I'm about to go buy some wall and sell it back to the government, right? And so I've got at $10 a piece, right?
There you go.
And I'll say Mr. President, I'll give you a great deal, $10 a piece, right? Even though I paid $5 a piece. Yep. He'll say, that's all of the deal. Beautiful job. I would, this is one of the, and they were doing this for the duration of the administration, from what I understand. I remember this story or a story similar to this, either a few years ago, maybe last year, the year before, where there were just pieces of the wall sitting unused and they were just selling it for pennies on the dollar. I mean, and the border is an issue. We just had Tom Homan in Tennessee a couple of days ago. He spoke to a group out here in Franklin, Tennessee, and he kept saying how mad he's getting over the border, the drugs that are coming in, the trafficking of children, of women, of drugs, the violent criminals that are coming in, the terrorists that are coming in. And you have this, and they know, the regime knows, right? The Biden administration and all these folks, they know, and they don't care. And now they're taking the material that's going to be used to secure the border, and they're giving it away. So it just shows you the priorities of this administration. It's not for us. It's not for our safety. And we got to make it the next 38 days. That's all. We'll see.
That's right.
It's terrible. It really is.
And speaking of making it for 38 more days, Christopher Wray did not make it for 38 more days as he resigns before Trump can fire him. Obviously, Kash Patel in the bullpen basically warming up. Your thoughts on Wray's resignation, who I don't know what the motive is other than maybe I'm just going to take my own political life before you can snatch it away from me. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, according to an article on Red State that I read yesterday, so Wray obviously, he's doing the whole, well, you didn't fire me, I quit, which is, common, but he's also apparently elevating loyalists into senior leadership and executive level positions within the FBI to kind of lay traps or keep himself as entrenched in the FBI and his philosophies as entrenched in the FBI as possible. Now, Patel can go in and fire them. So that won't necessarily be something that holds him back, but I'm happy to see him go, especially after yesterday's story about how there were 26 FBI informants that we now know of on the ground in January 6th. And they say that they weren't authorized to go inside the Capitol. They weren't authorized to go on the quote unquote restricted grounds, near the Capitol building on January 6th, except that they all went there and 3 of them or 4 of them went in. And they're not being prosecuted, but they weren't authorized to do it. So it's just what the FBI has become. It's, I remember you walking around, running around as kids, right? You're talking about, let's play cops and robbers, and I'm an FBI agent, and it's just super cool. And now it's like, now the FBI has kind of been flipped on its head. It's they're the enemies of the people now. And I don't want that to be the case. I like law enforcement.
Yeah.
Right? I want my law enforcement agencies to be people that we can look to and look up to and trust. It's going to take a long time. I mean, I love Kash Patel. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to take a long time for them to undo that with the American people. Just because he's in charge, it doesn't necessarily mean that these are people that can be trusted. But hopefully he can weed out all these bad guys and gut the FBI, clean house, and start from scratch with the right type of people.
It's amazing. I'm glad you brought that up because I'm super, super pro law enforcement. And it's weird because at the local level, still have tremendous respect for police officers, especially in the post-defund the police era the last 4 years. I love state troopers, love the state police. But as you get up to the federal level, that's where the disdain comes in because of the weaponization, the politicization of it all. And I'm glad you brought up the FBI report from yesterday, because the way the media is covering this is so predictable and typical. Axios, with their headline, is as follows, and I want to get your thoughts on this compared to the fact that there were actually 26 informants there. Axios says in their tweet of the story, and they're getting roasted in the replies, there were no undercover FBI employees at the U.S. Capitol or rally at the Ellipse on January 6, 2021, according to a new watchdog report that further debunks conspiracy theories that law enforcement instigated the deadly riot. Dawn always talks about bias and bias by omission and slants. That right there would make it seem like, oh, all of us are so crazy. But when you actually, like you said, read the report, it reveals that there was 26 FBI informants that were there. So yes, according to Axios, yeah, you don't need to have these, quote, undercover FBI employees when you have 26 paid informants on the ground.
Yeah, well, NBC News did the same thing. And, I think before the president-elect jumped on, you were talking about a female who's reporting on the Luigi Mangione thing, and that it's just sick that people are like, oh, what a hero. I'm like, no, that's not that, man. That guy. I think Luigi Mangione is one of these like super smart, manipulative, like potential lifetime criminal type guys.
Amen.
I mean, he gives me that vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Walking into the jail, screaming, this is unjust. And then you had, and I can't believe it, there are people that I respect, and I'll get back to the point in a minute, but there are people that like I actually respect in the space, in the media space, who are like, well, what do we have here? His lawyer says nothing links him to the crime. What else is his lawyer supposed to say? He's guilty. Come on. I mean, OJ's lawyer said he was innocent too.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, come on, right? But you were talking about women in media, which then you brought up Axios, whose CEO is the most effeminate man this side of Justin Trudeau. Where a couple of weeks ago he went, well, it's not fair that Elon says you're the media. Being a reporter is hard.
Van
No, it's not.
Jim
Van de
Van
Heye.
Yeah.
You log into your email, right? You get the DNC talking points, and now you're a reporter. That's how it goes at Axios, right? That's what it is. But NBC News did the same thing yesterday. I read up about this IG report. I said, let me see what they're saying. The report, this is from their article, says this details from the report will almost certainly fuel the Fedsurrection narrative. This is their words. So they're priming you, and they're basically shaming people like us reading this article. But then when you read a paragraph down, it says that 26 confidential human sources were in Washington. None of them were authorized to enter the Capitol building, but 4 of them did. How are we supposed to interpret this, right? After saying for years that, hey, I think there might have been some feds involved with some of the folks that were walking into the Capitol. No, that's a conspiracy theorist. No, that's a deep fake or whatever the misinformation, disinformation, Russia, China, Iran, whatever country you want to blame it on. You're a conspiracy theorist. And then here's NBC News going, well, the FBI said nobody was there, but there were actually people there, and they went in, and this is sure to fuel Fedsurrection narratives. Yes, because this is what we've been saying for 4 years. So it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's a total of 13 confidential human sources entered the restricted area around the Capitol, but the FBI said they weren't supposed to do that, but they did it anyway. I mean, how else are we supposed to interpret that? Yeah, they were involved. I don't know if they were the ones who, quote unquote, caused it or sparked it or incited it based off of this report, based off of other things that I've heard from people on that day. Yeah, it's possible. But this does not go far enough for me to clean up the FBI's potential involvement. It only, as NBC News admits, it only makes it worse.
Yep, I totally agree. Sean Ferris is joining us as he does every Friday here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210. So let's get to another verdict, and this was of the not guilty variety, as Daniel Penny acquitted not only of the manslaughter, which was the more severe charge, but also the criminal homicide and the negligence attached to that. He walks a free man. I thought he came off really impressively. I actually watched the full version of his interview with the judge on FoxNation.com last night. Your thoughts on the fallout from this story? You've got Jamal Bowman tweeting about white supremacy. To me, I really thought an open and shut case of a good Samaritan, a good person. Your takeaways to this verdict that came down this week?
Yeah, all the normal suspects, right? The Joy Reids of the world, the Jamal Bowmans of the world, the Jasmine Crockett. You know what I call her, by the way? We have a new nickname. We call her Nurse Ratchet. Okay, that's what we call her. She's horrible. She's with the eyelashes. If she blinks too fast, she'll fly away with those eyelashes. But you have her, and this is my problem, right? With Bowman, Joy Reid, Jasmine Crockett, Hawk Newsome outside of the courthouse, talking about the not guilty verdict.
Yes, he's the activist that we
call
played
him.
in the
By
Big
the way,
Take.
we call him Hawk Tua Newsome. Where did she go? Well, where'd she go? By the way, the meme coin that wasn't very good. But
yeah, you didn't buy any of that, by the way, did you?
No,
Just checking.
See, I'm smart when it comes to crypto. All right, I saw that and I went, oh, that's a rug pull. And then I went, oh, this is my life savings. You are an idiot if you bought this. She got famous for saying something like Hawk Tua. You're going to trust her with your life savings? You deserve to lose it all. By the way, build up your life savings again, then give it to me, okay? Because if you're that stupid, you might do it. But here we go. So you have all these people who are making a big deal about the Jordan Neely case. Jordan Neely's father, I miss my son. Well, why was your son on the streets? I understand sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes your kid goes down a bad path, right? But where were you to prevent it? You're only out here now because a white guy, you think a white guy killed him, but the court decided it didn't. And obviously when Daniel Penny released him, he was still alive. How about the fact that Jordan Neely was high on a substance called K2, which is synthetic marijuana in a city, New York City, where there's real marijuana everywhere? Why do you need the fake stuff when you could literally just walk around and get a contact high? You don't even have to smoke in New York City anymore. You could just walk around and breathe, and you'll be stoned by the time you get to the other side of the city. But, my biggest point was this. If Jordan Neely was killed by an illegal alien, they wouldn't be saying anything, right? No. It's not about Jordan Neely. It's not about Black lives. It's about the narrative, right? If it was about Black lives back in 2020, then we would have heard the name Horace Lorenzo Anderson Jr. more times than we did. He was a 19-year-old African-American male who was murdered. Well, he was killed in some sort of, maybe it was a murder, maybe it was, but in the Chaz Chop zone in Seattle. He got hurt in some sort of a fight, and EMS couldn't get there in time, and he died. That's a Black man who died in the Chaz Chop zone in Seattle because emergency services couldn't get in because all cops were bad back in 2020, right?
Yep.
Rachel Morin, Lakin Riley, Kate Steinle, Jocelyn Nungare. These were all unarmed people when they were killed. How come we don't hear about them? How come there's no people talking about we need vigilantes in the street to protect these people, right? But when Jordan Neely is it looks like is killed, and this wasn't what happened, but when the pictures are put out there and the narrative is floated out there that a white guy is responsible for it, then we have all these people sparking outrage and trying to drum up all this hatred and race baiting, grift off of it, like Joy Reid, like Jasmine Crockett, like Bowman. The only person who's been conspicuously absent from this entire situation has been Al Sharpton. And I think it's because he doesn't want to come under fire from how much money he got from Kamala Harris, right? So it's that's where we're at. It's to protect the narratives at all costs. It's obviously the right ruling. The case never should have been brought in the first place, and now apparently Daniel Penny's team is thinking of suing Alvin Bragg's office for malicious prosecution. So we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, you mentioned the Hawk Tua story, and you just mentioned Kamala there. I don't know if you saw this. I was actually driving last night to go do a donation with my wife, and we were listening to Zioli, and they played the clip of the Call Her Daddy podcast. Did you know that Kamala, speaking of money and being in debt, Kamala Harris spent $100,000 on that setup for that interview with like fake plywood and a fake broadcast set? And I mean, so she doesn't go on Joe Rogan, which would have cost her nothing. She dropped $100,000 to do a terrible interview and still lost. Oh my God.
Yeah, well, she dropped $100,000 to build a garbage set. She spent $2 million for Beyonce not to sing. All this money on Oprah, all this money on all these other the buses, and it's like, just imagine if that was running, and it is running the country now, but just imagine for 4 more years that type of spending.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't show you That's a microcosm of what is wrong with Washington, D.C. as a whole, both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
When you spend other people's money,
Yep.
you don't care how much money you're spending because it's not yours. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at the people at the DNC that just got laid off. I don't like Democrats. I feel bad for some of these people.
Yeah.
They didn't think that helping Kamala Harris as an employee of the DNC was going to result in them getting laid off because she can't balance a checkbook. I mean, it's unbelievable, right? This is in any other situation, right? Like, for instance, if I couldn't pay the rent this month and I talk to the property here and say, hey, I don't have any money, I can't pay the rent, they're gonna go, all right, leave. Like, that's it, you're out, right? How come in our government, when we can't pay the rent, like we're spending more money than we make, it's like, oh, well, we'll just address it down the road. Like, no, stop kicking the can.
Mhm.
This is what, and then, well, let's fire up that printer. Well, that's not helping anybody, right? So it's a microcosm of DC and this country as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
It's the OPM theory, right? It's other people's money. You don't care about the cost. You don't care about the quality because it's not for you and it's not yours. Who cares? Kamala Harris herself isn't $20 million in the hole. The Democrat Party is. She's going to go retire somewhere. She can go run for governor of California. She can go, kick back somewhere else. Listen, Dougie Doritos, they took a trip to Hawaii. Who takes a trip to Hawaii? You're $20 million in debt. You're going on vacation?
She came back from Hawaii looking more exhausted, by the way.
How does that happen?
And I've been to Hawaii.
Yeah.
Most refreshing thing I've ever done.
Corinne Jean-Pierre said she had jet lag and a cold. So I guess that's probably all it was.
I'm not going to get beyond that.
You go $20 million in debt and then you go on vacation?
Yep.
Slap me in the face again. I mean, geez, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, think of all those, like Sean was saying, all those DNC officials who were laid off.
Yeah.
And her and Doug are going to Hawaii.
That's right.
See, like, come on.
See y'all suckers.
Like, you're $20 million in debt. You can't afford another bag of Doritos. How the hell are you going to Hawaii?
Later, losers.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Last one on a lighter note, but it's certainly a serious story. What is going on with the drones? We've talked about this from every which way to Sunday. Is it Iran? Is it China? Is it UFOs? Is it our own government? Should we shoot it down? We've had people asking, can a governor do this? Is it federal airspace? What the hell? What's real? What's fake? Is that a plane? I saw the videos last night at LaGuardia, and people were speculating that there was all sorts of stuff. Your thoughts on all of this, because it's certainly from your old stomping grounds from Jersey all the way up to New York.
Well, Nick, you're a sports guy, right? So you understand this, okay? What happens every time there's an injury in a football game? Everyone becomes a doctor, right?
Yep.
That's an ankle. That's an Achilles tendon. That's this. So now we have all of X is now aviation experts. Have you noticed that? They all know. Everybody knows about flying. Let me just tell you something. I love flying. Like, I don't fly planes, but like Flight Simulator is a fun game, right? It's awesome. Landing's hard. Flying's easy. Landing's hard. But I have had a drone. I have been into drones for years.
Oh.
I mean, years. I was posting some pictures last night. I get some really cool pictures, right? I lived on Long Island, the sunsets by the bridges. We did some stuff in Tennessee last year. Like, I love drones. I've been flying drones for a long time, and nobody flies drones better than I do, by the way. It's like one of my favorite things to do. It's relaxing. I like VR goggles. It's like playing a video game. It's great. Okay. LaGuardia Airport last night, when that video went around, and I called this earlier in the day. I said, we're going to get pictures now. Every light in the sky is going to be a drone, just like with some people, every cloud is a chemtrail. I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Sure.
I mean, it's just like in the 2020 era, every cough was COVID, right? Like it's the same thing. It's the same. I'm not saying there's not a story. There is a story. There have been reports of drones over New Jersey as early as November 13th. I think something happened, but what we got yesterday, and I had friends of mine in New Jersey who were like, oh my gosh, they're everywhere. Yeah, because people are flying their hobby drones, recording them with their phones and going, look what I saw tonight. That's what's happening. I posted a picture this morning of a photo I took of my friend's Wi-Fi router about 10 or 15 years ago. Right? I kid you not. It looks like a UFO.
I saw you post that. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. I actually 10 years ago took that, okay, and posted it in one of my old community groups back on Long Island. It was like, there's a UFO over the park today, and people flipped out and thought it was real. I didn't know it was going to go like that and go crazy. I was just pranking.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a class clown type guy. Hard to believe, I know, but it's like, I posted that and said, if I didn't tell you it was a Wi-Fi router, what would you say? Oh, it's a drone, right? Not every light in the sky is a drone. Something's going on.
Yep.
And if you want me to, if we want to theorize on what it is.
Yeah, what's your best guess? What do you think it is?
I think it is Iran, right? Because I read an article in the Post Millennial yesterday. Now, I don't know if there's a mothership like Jeff Van Drew said. Well, you have to call it a birthing person vessel. You have to be politically correct. You can't be too crazy. Or Sarah McBride is going to get upset with you. But you have, but no. So Trump wins on November 5th. Okay. On November 8th, Blinken and the Biden regime lifted $10 billion of sanctions against Iran. And on November 13th, drones started showing up, or November 18th, according to Forbes, drones started showing up over New Jersey. Is there correlation? Is there causality? Is this a cause and effect thing? Is there a relationship? I don't know. Maybe. All I know is the last time we lifted billions of dollars worth of sanctions against Iran, September 11th, 2023, not even a month later, October 7th, 2023, Hamas attacked Israel. Hezbollah attacked Israel. The Houthis started shooting at ships and things over the sea out there. So, it's not implausible to think that this is a foreign adversary. But now that it's a national thing, it's like a trend, and it's who saw the drones today, right, type of deal. So now we do have to kind of weed through and weed out the fake from the real. But I say this, I have a great plan, right? You ready for this plan?
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple. Yeah. You're in New Jersey. Yeah. There's a guy who used to be your governor. He's a fat slob, okay?
Sloppy Chris Christie.
We have seen him before, and I've seen this happen on a number of occasions, okay? He was on stage. Somebody threw a tomato. It got stuck in his orbit. You could deploy Chris Christie in New Jersey and catch all the drones in his orbit, right? It could be like he has a tractor beam. You could fill him up with helium, okay? And he can eat the drones if he wants. And he would be very happy about it. Problem solved. And you don't even have to bring in any more talent. As my good friend Obi-Wan Kenobi said, I called him Ben, by the way. That's no moon. It's a space station. Believe me.
We can confirm it's not Randy Quaid from Independence Day. That much has been verified. No. All right, 855-839-1210. Sean, you good to stick around for a couple of minutes on the Big Three?
Heck yeah, let's go.
All right, Sean will stick around with us. Dawn's Big Three on the other side. Then we'll let Sean begin his weekend, and we'll get to today in music history. But first, a word from our friends at DuckDuckGo, because that 30-day free trial, it is coming to a close in a matter of days. And right now, you can still take advantage of it. If you want to take advantage of the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro subscription service, absolutely free for 30 days. And then after that, just $9.99 per month. Go to duckduckgo.com/1210. It's your personal information. Look, we're giving you the opportunity for free, risk-free, really, right? And when I signed up 8 weeks ago, I had 52 different documents of my personal information that I don't even like my wife having, much less strangers on the internet. And in 8 weeks, they have removed 41 of the 52 records. It's just dangerously sitting out there. Social Security number, bank cards, you name it. Ooh, it wouldn't surprise me if there was DNA out there at this point. You can remove all of the records and watch as it goes. And with it, of course, you get the VPN, you get the identity theft restoration, but the personal information removal is paramount. Check it out today for free. We were doing 7 days for free. Now we're giving you the entire month, 30-day free trial, but that offer ends in a matter of days. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Do it today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Life can get hectic. It's easy to lose focus and balance. It's time to retreat from the noise. Take a breath, regain your inner peace. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house. Our stunning 125-acre campus is the perfect place to step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, helping individuals live life centered on Christ. Go to malvernretreat.com to discover your journey. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter. Power up the holiday and give a gift from the top of their wish list. Visit your local Steel dealer today or shop online at steelusa.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Company, 9:31, Friday, December 13th. Having a good time as we always do. Sean Farrer sticking around for one more segment. We will get to Today in Music History and our McCausland Lock of the Week as well.
By the way, just a programming note, Sean will be in a lot over the Christmas holiday.
Hell yes.
He'll be in a lot for Kayal and Company. He'll be filling in for me. He'll be filling in for Dawn. He'll also be filling in for all of us. So it's going to be a lot of Farish over the Christmas holidays.
Yes, and if you missed earlier this morning, he sang 47 is coming to town.
Yep.
Get that on the free Odyssey.
We're working on a new one, by the way. We're going to try and do one a week till Christmas, so we're working on it.
Look at that.
We're writing it. We're writing very well. Nobody writes music like I do, by the way.
The 10 days of Farish.
I'm the greatest. I am the greatest songwriter the world has ever seen. You look at Bob Dylan. I called him Bobby.
Sir! All right.
He said, sir. I talked to Tom Petty. He said, sir, what should I say? I say, I will not back down. I won't back down. And then I said, Tom, I called him Tommy.
You
I
did.
said, here's one for Kamala Harris. It's called Free Falling.
Oh, no.
That's a tremendous
Oh, man. All right.
Dude, I got to say, when you drop the sir when you're doing the trumpet, I literally turn my microphone off and I hit the talk back to Stocker, and I'm like, that damn sir gets me every effing time.
Well, that's why I do it, because I know it makes you laugh. So the thing is, like, this is how I was when I was in high school. If I knew I could make my teacher laugh or whatnot, I would do it just to make them do it. So it's, you know,
Me and you were
sir, I
kindred.
just implemented.
Me and you were
the
kindred.
sir because of the Abdul.
Yeah.
The Abdul.
Yeah. Me and you were kindred spirits in high school, dude.
You and me.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you, Dawn. Yeah. Yeah.
All right,
and
okay.
while we're at
All
it,
right, wow.
Dawn Stenson, while you're at it and you're feeling it and you're on one right now, let's get to a Big 3 and 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9. I got to get to this local story. I don't know if this is true, but I'm going to report it. That there is a local brewery that
It was not me.
No. Is says that maybe their delivery drones, their delivery system with drones that they've been testing out, is this possible that that's what people are seeing?
Wow.
So
I can have booze droned into my house?
So here's
That's
the thing.
amazing.
This could be a brilliant attempt by Taylor House Brewing Company in Jersey to, get a ton of free advertisement.
Yeah.
Either way you look at it, though, they are getting the advertisement because this has gone viral.
Wow.
And just so you know, if you do see a drone flying around in Bluebell with like a Tito's bottle hanging out of it, it's coming to my porch.
So this brewery is saying that
awesome.
they're testing drones to do a
Yes.
delivery service, and that could be them.
Wow.
And
It could
there
be
are-
their drones.
Yes, and there
that's
are
amazing.
reports now that, in fact, that these mysterious New Jersey drone swarms have been revealed to be Taylor House Brewing Company's secret beer delivery system, and that officials in New Jersey confirm that some of the mysterious drone swarms spotted hovering over the Garden State Parkway was, in fact, the test run for Taylor House Brewing Company's innovative drone beer delivery system.
Sean, now Nashville's a very innovative market and city. I mean, have they added that to their repertoire with drone deliveries? Is that a thing down where you're at?
I'm not sure, but I know that a lot of people in Tennessee would just shoot them. So it's, that's the.
Well, what's that?
But here's the
Let's
thing
find
too.
out.
Like we gotta stop that. See, it's fun to talk about, but then there are people who are like, well, you gotta shoot the drones down. Like some of the things that people are reporting as drones are actually planes. Don't shoot at planes, please. And you would think that wouldn't have to be said.
Yeah.
Right? But we also have to say Luigi Mangioni's not a hero.
Right.
So,
I know, it's
what I
a good
mean?
point.
And a reminder too that if that bullet
there's a
goes
lot.
up, if that bullet goes up in the air and doesn't hit something, that bullet has to come back down.
Come down
just a
somewhere,
reminder.
right? Not it's not gonna be nice if it hits somebody. Now, the other thing is, flying. Everyone's like, but these are definitely drones. Okay, but that's not illegal.
Yeah.
Like you can recreationally fly a drone under 400 feet, and once you get to nighttime, there's got to be lights, and there are different compliance rules. But like these drones that some folks are seeing at night that are FAA compliant. So you mean to tell me somebody's running a clandestine operation compliant with the FAA? No, I'm serious. We have to, I'm not saying there's not a story. I think there's something. But like when we start seeing people posting clips about drones hovering around LaGuardia Airport, I can tell you for a fact, I got back from a wedding last month. My wife and I were coming back. They shut down our terminal in LaGuardia for a bomb threat that wasn't a bomb, right? It was one of these bomb scare things. Like there was a suspicious package and we shut down for 2 hours. If there was anything, if there was a balloon near the airspace and I'm not talking about Chris Christie, I'm talking about a real balloon, right? If there was like a birthday party balloon near LaGuardia, they would shut down the airspace. There are no big SUV drones near the airport, okay? I'm not saying that stuff wasn't seen in Jersey, offshore or whatnot, or that there's not something going on, but not everything in the sky is something. That's my point.
There you go.
Well, and we are sponsored in our Big 3. We are sponsored by Spring Dance Hot Tubs.
Yeah.
But there are multiple breweries in North Jersey, South Jersey. They are saying they've been testing out their drone systems, welcoming people to go ahead and join them in. They've put out this on social media.
Can you imagine the great national nightmare of the drones, and it's beer stores testing out their drones?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Sounds like an endorsement opportunity from sales.
I was just going to say that.
I'm ready to test every product.
Kayal and Company drone.
Yes. Well, I was thinking about the breweries, not so much the drones.
Nice. Who knew? I never knew that breweries were allowed to deliver beer.
How does that work, by the way?
Well, I mean, I don't understand why they wouldn't be. I mean, DoorDash and Uber are now doing alcohol deliveries.
Yeah, but you have to
from a drone.
You have to confirm the age. So how would you do that with a drone?
You have to ask Sean. Sean's been doing drones for 20 years.
Well, here's the other problem, right? Yeah. Okay, what if we're going to start dropping packages off with drones? Like, eventually, one of these drones are going to fail.
Yeah,
and it's going to fall. And it's going to hurt.
Yeah,
right. And can you get drone drop insurance?
Drone drop.
Yeah. There's a whole industry that's going to be budding from this.
Oh, yeah.
Dawn, do you think that the drones maybe stole the tuna?
You know what? This is a twofer. It's Friday the 13th. Anything could happen.
Yeah.
So maybe
you're right about that.
Right? Friday the 13th.
Yep.
Woo. But no, we still don't have the word on the tuna theft. We in Philadelphia. Tuna.
History Channel's already calling it aliens, so definitely,
So that's going on while we have calls for investigations, demands for the investigation. So we're still trying to find that, as many lawmakers are saying these mysterious drones should be shot down. We still have that one going on that and this is bipartisan, I must tell you, but even Dick Blumenthal of Connecticut.
Yeah.
Old Dick.
Old Richard, yeah.
Dick says shoot her down.
Yep.
Blumenthal, was he the stolen, didn't he lie about his service?
Stolen
That's
Valor.
Blumenthal, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
He's
the guy.
Another scumbag.
We got to pay Farish to fly drones into political officials we disagree with, fly on their property and give them a megaphone. Can you imagine, Sean? Can you imagine being on a porch and you look up and there's a drone and you hear Sean Farish's voice? Sir!
Well, here's a fun story. So we actually, when we were running a grassroots organization on Long Island, we got a plane to fly over the Montauk Lighthouse that said Trump won with the banner.
Yeah.
We raised money and we got it. We also, speaking of megaphones outside of people's houses, about 500 of us or so visited Hillary Clinton's house.
I remember you telling that story. Yeah.
Yeah, we did that, and Chelsea was upset, and I had my megaphone, and I was, Hillary, come on out, we have to talk, okay? and, there was nobody knew about it until Chelsea Clinton tweeted, and then I was like, thank you, Chelsea.
That is such an amazing story that you got you got under the ire of Chelsea Clinton. It's amazing.
And by the way, I'm still alive. Still alive.
Yep.
So we do have the latest with, obviously, we have a scramble by prosecutors at the Manhattan DA's office. They are presenting, as we speak, the evidence to a grand jury as they work to secure the indictment against Luigi Mangione for the killing of CEO Brian Thompson. So the DA's office declining to comment. There's secrecy, as you know, surrounding grand jury matters, but that indictment, obviously, to strengthen the case for the extradition, they're trying to get him out of Pennsylvania here and then get him to Manhattan.
Yeah. Securing the indictment. Well, it's more difficult to secure the indictment of Luigi Mangione than it is Donald Trump.
It's unbelievable.
That's unreal.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable.
So our big three, and by the way, a great Shop with a Cop Parkland School District event, as school district kids were treated to a nice little shopping spree. So we talk about Police Athletic League. This one was Parkland School District in the Lehigh Valley.
My sister's children are in that school district.
It's the most wealthy school district in the Lehigh Valley.
Yeah.
Well, they got to eat lunch with Santa.
Nice.
I don't know if President-elect Trump was singing his song to them or not, but it was a lovely, event with the police officers, the children. Nothing went wrong, thank goodness. And I'm trying to bring forth some nice news, some good, little bit of good news. And I know that's Nick talks that you are familiar with the Parkland School District in the Lehigh Valley.
The kids in the Parkland School District are not eating Lunchables.
No, they have private chefs there.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
I
Lunchables are better. Just gonna say. I'm just going to put that out there.
I could see Sean being the nacho. He loves the nacho cheese Lunchable. There's no doubt.
No. There was the best Lunchable that ever. That was a good one, but the best one that ever came out was the Chicago deep dish pizza.
What?
There was there was one where there was like a deep dish little pizza thing, and they give you so much sauce. Oh. It was.
By the way, speaking of Chicago, how about Tom Homan coming out and saying your mayor sucks, your governor sucks?
I love him.
Roasted the whole state of Illinois.
He roasted everybody. He said the same thing to San Diego, and he's even got like Eric Adams pretending to be a conservative because he wants to stay out of jail.
Yep.
So it's I can't stand Adams, but I love Tom Homan. He was just here in Tennessee. He's great. He's amazing.
Well, you know what else is amazing?
Yes,
Spring Dance Hot Tubs. It is the 12 days of savings at Spring Dance Hot Tub from December of right now through today through the 24th through Christmas Eve. You get up to $5,000 off hot tubs at Spring Dance, up to $2,500 off saunas, and 20% off water care for the first 20 customers if you sign up for their new auto shipping program only at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Visit springdancehottubs.com. You know I love my Spring Dance Hot Tub. Spring Dance Hot Tubs, thank you for sponsoring Big Three.
By the way, if you're happy with all of the changes and everything that have happened here at 1210 WPHT and everything that we've done over the last year or two, maybe get your favorite brand manager a spa or a sauna from from Spring Dance Hot Tubs.
It all chip in.
Just where are you? Hello. By the way, can I play this real fast?
Sure.
Phil, this is cut 22. I want to play this for all of you. Okay. This allegedly happened, and I have to say allegedly because it's on X, so I don't know how true it is. At Shelley's Ice Cream in Pleasantville, New Jersey.
Oh, this is so gross.
Okay, roll the video, guys, and Nick, if you want to describe it. There.
All right. Spit.
Oh.
Spat.
Into the
ice cream.
silver cups where they make the ice cream.
Maybe the president of the United States has some thoughts on maybe ice cream machines working.
Oh, it's so
I fixed all of them, right? Right before Luigi came in, I fixed the ice cream machine. He was there, and then he walked in, and he said, "It's a me. It's a Luigi, right?" I said, "Get this guy the hell out of it. Look at those eyebrows. You have to be crazy to walk out of the house with those eyebrows. It's incredible."
Well, imagine if he had shaved his head and trimmed his eyebrows. Would he have been caught at the McDonald's?
It's a good point.
That's why I think he wanted to be caught.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like I think there's more to that. He's a smart. This guy's smart.
Yeah.
And people say, "Oh, he went to an Ivy League. He did this." I said, "Well, but what? That's all of a sudden the qualification and you could do no wrong. Have you seen Columbia University?"
Lately, a lot of dummies.
What?
Yeah.
I mean, come on now.
Yeah.
Right? Sociopath is what I think we have here.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Speaking of dummies, how dumb do you have to be to film yourself spitting into somebody's peanut butter cup sundae?
Gross. Disgusting.
Oh, my God.
That's why I hate getting food out.
You know what? You talk about elevating charges or dropping charges. We know Alvin Bragg takes 60% of felonies and drops them to misdemeanors.
Yeah.
If that's a misdemeanor, and I don't know if spitting on somebody's food is a criminal penalty, I would elevate them moving forward to felonies.
I would
punishable by death.
Death penalty.
Yes.
Oh God, disgusting. So, I don't know how true that is, but Pleasantville, New Jersey, if you're buying ice cream, watch out.
Yeah, disgusting. All right, Sean Farish, go start your weekend, pal. Thank you, buddy.
He's going to be on a
You
lot.
guys will see you next week.
He's going to be on a lot next week. So
All right, we'll
see you
talk next week, buddy.
Yep.
There he is, Sean Farish, live from Nashville. We'll come back and go from Farish to Today in Music History with Phil. It's a Farish to Phil transition.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's the only transitions I'm actually approving of on this show, and we'll do it when we come back.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
It's officially the merry season, and B101, Philly's official Christmas station, is your home for holiday music. Spinning the biggest and best festive tracks all day long, now through Christmas Day. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Get your holiday fix on the radio at 101.1 FM. Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly, or listen on the go with the free Odyssey app.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Rocco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it.
You don't have to wait until our next event to start your crash-proof retirement educational process. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on January 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
As America's first superhighway, the PA Turnpike has driven innovation by drilling tunnels through mountains, building bridges over valleys, and expanding lanes for 500,000 customers daily. Today, the PA Turnpike is driven to make your trip easier than ever. Open road tolling eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling, increases safety, and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, "I've got this." At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. University of Maryland Global Campus keeps your educational goals attainable with no-cost digital materials, replacing textbooks in most courses, affordable tuition, and over $15 million in scholarship opportunities available each year. Find out if you qualify. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Calling all Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dawn Show coming up in just about 7.5 minutes. We will find out what she has on tap momentarily, plus our McCausland locks of the week, not only for the Eagles Steelers, but also America's game, Army-Navy, tomorrow. Woo! But before that, Phil Almquist with Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, December 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Amy Lee from Evanescence, who's now 43. Tom DeLonge from Blink-182, who's 49, Ted Nugent, who's 76, and Taylor Swift, who's now 35. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Tom Verlaine from television and Pat Torpey from Mr. Big. Singles include Stray Cats Strut by the Stray Cats in 82. Albums include the EP Beyond Magnetic by Metallica in 2011, The Distance by Bob Seger in 82, Undercover by Motorhead in Japan in 2017, and Horses by Patti Smith in 75. Also 2000, it was announced the UK rock weekly Melody Maker would shut down. In 86, Bruce Hornsby and the Range would top the singles chart with The Way It Is. In 66, Jimi Hendrix made his TV debut. In 62, Elvis was atop the UK singles chart with Return to Sender. In 2012, Carole King won the Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Lifetime Achievement. In 97, Hanson play Mbop on SNL and take part in a skit where they are held hostage and forced to listen to the song until they snap. In 69, Diana Ross took the Latino casino in Philly to court for $27,500 after her two pet dogs died after eating cyanide tablets left by an exterminator in her dressing room. And just to complete the WPHT Music Trigger trifecta, beat Elvis, Taylor, and Bruce Springsteen, Springsteen performed at Boston Garden on this day in 1992. But lastly, on this day in 85, Phil Collins plays a drug dealer on Miami Vice in the episode Phil the Shill. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
And there's Phil the Shill Almquist right there. Nice work as we get to our McCausland Locks of the Week. Brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities. You can always rely on and depend on Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future, as we secure your financial future with picks right now that you should actually never wager on because we're not financial experts. But we might be sports gambling experts. Army-Navy, America's game. Yeah. That's right. You have to choose a side, Army or Navy. Army, the number 19 team in the country. They are 11-1. If they were undefeated, they would be in the college football playoff. But they are not. But they will still win this game. They are 6.5-point favorites over Navy. By the way, best Army-Navy game in a long time. Army 11-1, Navy's 8-3. I'll take Army as a 6.5-point favorite to cover. I also like the over of 39.5 points. There will be points scored in America's game at 3 o'clock tomorrow. And now we get to our Eagles-Steelers McCausland Lock of the Week. All right. Eagles are a 5 or 5.5 point favorite, depending on where you look. The over-under is 43. I will take the Eagles to win, the Eagles to cover, and the under. Low-scoring game, 22 for the Eagles. The Steelers, 16. By the way, 80% are on Pittsburgh.
Wow.
80%.
Interesting.
So I'll take the Eagles and the under. Greg Stocker, your pick?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Dawn Stenslin.
All right, you're going to punt, play field position, Dawn?
She's
so
my
what
number
did you
one
say?
lady.
You said Eagles lose?
No, Eagles win 22-16 Birds.
But 80% of people are on Pittsburgh.
Public loves
I
Pittsburgh.
know. So I am going to go, this is our big matchup in the Commonwealth. It's interesting because Pittsburgh, they can clinch the AFC North. Philly can secure the NFC East.
She's giving
so
scenarios,
they're both,
too.
This is going to be tough.
Yep.
It's going to be a lot of grit.
Yeah. Grit.
23-17.
I will go 28-19 Philadelphia, the Eagles.
Okay.
Philip?
27-23 Birds. What time is this game? Anyway.
4:25 on Fox or Fubo.
All right, so I'll be watching for really bad football in Jacksonville, and then I'll get to turn off at the Eagle game.
Bills, Lions, Eagles, Steelers. This guy's watching the Jets.
No, God. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable. All right, Dawn Show, top of the hour, which is like 2.5 minutes from now, but we still find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, we have a lot of speaking of football games, there's something special happening with who DJT, who President Trump, President-elect Trump, and his future Veep will be taking to the Army-Navy game. We'll have that one for you.
Mustard.
And we have other breaking news and follow-ups in the Luigi case and so much other Trump news today. Coming up at 10:15, though, Phil Almquist, this one's for you. Lonnie Jordan, legendary rock group War, and Jerry Goldstein will join me live. We're going to talk about their new holiday single. You're going to love it and catch up with our friends at War.
Ketchup down hungry. Absolutely nothing.
So DeSantis will be doing
mustard,
and Dawn will be doing ketchup. There you go. Everybody have a great rest of your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. We're back Monday morning at 6. Dawn is next. Until then.
Good night, everybody.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, write this number down or put it into your phone. 800-411-2215. The IRS is hiring more staff and cracking down. Call Tax Relief Helpers now to learn about our tax debt reduction programs and how to stop the collection efforts. If you're facing liens, levies, an audit, wage garnishment, or years of unpaid taxes, even if you're already in a payment plan, we can help through special IRS programs